Well, good morning. Good morning, members of the board, my own treasurer, Mr. Comptroller. We're doing another virtual meeting. It's almost a year we've been doing this virtually, so I think we're pretty used to this. I hope the public is used to it at this point. I hope everyone had a healthy and happy Thanksgiving. I know it was very different this year than most years, not having large family gatherings and friends and others over, but we want to make sure that we all stay safe during this the COVID-19 and I'll say crisis that we have. And unfortunately, we're seeing here in Maryland as well as throughout the country a rise again of the number of infections and even hospitalizations. But I will say that we're grateful to our fellow Marylanders who are taking the public health protocols seriously. At the same time, we do understand all of us have COVID fatigue. We all want to get back to normal, but we're not going to be able to do that if we don't follow what I like to say, the 3 W's. Wear your mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. And so, we want to make sure that we're able to, recover from this. That includes, and I know the comptroller's mentioned this several times, making sure that our businesses can continue to operate, that people can continue to work, but we have to get back to normal. And so, we continue at the state level, of course, to work to address the surge in cases, the new surge in cases and hospitalizations. The governor announced yesterday a number of measures, particularly as it relates to hospitalizations, as well as calling on, additional aid from healthcare workers. We've asked the medical schools to allow for credit, as well as the schools that are teaching healthcare individuals, be it nursing or in public health, to allow for them to receive credit for coming in and working and volunteering in the hospitals and other public health agencies. We have put in some protocols with the hospitals and with the Hospital Association that they will start reducing elective procedures when we reach a certain threshold in terms of the number of patients that are in the hospital, not just COVID patients, but patients overall. Because the concern is for not just the beds, but the potential that individuals may need ICU, ventilators, and things of that nature. Similar to where we were back in the spring, but in this case, in working with the hospitals, we're not calling for them to stop elective procedures right now, but to be very conscious. And once we hit if we hit a certain threshold, that then they would actually stop those procedures so that we could free up the beds and the resources for those who might be severely ill. So we still are calling on everyone in the community to work hard to protect themselves and their loved ones and our community in general. And there is good news on the horizon. We expect that we will be receiving vaccines in the very near future. I did just see across the wires that the UK has approved the Pfizer vaccine. We're waiting for approval here, but we're expecting that probably as early as mid-December that we could start seeing the first shipments coming in. Now, the 2 things that I want to stress with that is the priority is going to be our frontline healthcare workers. So everyone is not going to get a vaccine or the ability to get a vaccine right away. We're only going to get a small amount. And so it's going to have to go to the healthcare workers. And then after that, it will go into those who are in the nursing homes and assisted care facilities. And it's likely that it would be the staff that will be the first ones, because the staff are the ones who are transient. They are the ones that we saw last spring that were bringing it in unintentionally because we had shut down visitation. So we have to address that issue first before we even get to the individual resident. So that's the one thing. And then the other part with the vaccines is everyone needs to get it when it's available. You know, I know that there are people out there that are, you know, and this has started before COVID, that there are people who don't like vaccines. They just don't. They think that they're all whatever they think it is. We have to get past that. We need people to take the vaccines, you know, and those who even say that I don't want to be the first one. Well, you're not going to be the first one, okay? By the time we get to everyone, including the, you know, us, it'll probably be the spring if we're fortunate to be able to get to, you know, the general public, where you can go to your primary care provider or CVS to be able to get the vaccines. Lastly,
You know,
on that
can I
note,
just say, it just occurred to me that order of priority, which I think is absolutely right, it also should serve to show people that the people who know the most about the illness and about health, the healthcare workers, the workers on the frontier, are the first ones who are taking it and who want it, and that ought to give people more confidence.
That's a very good point, is that they're the ones who are taking it. There are a number of healthcare workers and doctors who are also in the trials themselves. So they're willing to do that. And so, you know, that should give some confidence to those who are skeptical. Now, the anti-vaxxers, they're in a different world. So, you know, hopefully we can get through to some of them. But I did hear recently that the hope is that 70% of the population will take the vaccine. And if we can get to 70%, that can basically, you know, quash the pandemic. So, you know, combined with people who've already had it that may have built up some antibodies and a limited immunity, we should be in a much better shape. Lastly, on vaccines, we do still encourage everyone to get their flu vaccines. It's very important that you get the flu vaccine so that you don't get sick with the seasonal flu and tie up emergency rooms and your primary care doctors and others. So we still are encouraging that. I saw that Baltimore City is initiating a program to really encourage their residents to get those flu shots. So those who are listening, all those at home that are listening to this, make sure you get your flu shot, please. And with that, I want to turn to, I have an award, which unfortunately I put it under my Board of Public Works book, of the Ambassador to the Chesapeake. And this is being provided, and we'll get it to him, Joel Dunn, who leads the Chesapeake Conservancy, and their mission is to protect the lands and landscape that are vital to the Chesapeake Bay and to preserve the rich heritage of the region. Joel's efforts have bettered the community and the state, and that started actually long before he got involved with the Conservancy there, the Chesapeake Conservancy. For years, he had served on countless commissions, including the Maryland Joint Study Committee on Program Open Space, Partners for Open Space, the Severn River Commission. He recently was appointed to the Maryland Outdoor Recreation Economic Commission. Congratulations, Joel, on that. I have a particular interest in the outdoor recreation. And I'll just full disclosure, the secretary knows that my nephew was very involved when he worked at DNR in bringing that to the attention of the former secretary of DNR, that he saw other states that were engaging and promoting outdoor recreation. So thank you for your service there. And he has served on many committees, and he's been really a benefit to providing benefits to Maryland and generations to come, including establishing the Captain John Smith Chesapeake National Historic Trail. And I just want to say, to properly recognize his contributions, I want to ask, and I see she's signed on, Secretary Jeannie Hathaway Riccio of the Maryland Department of Natural Resources to present Joel with the Ambassador of the Chesapeake Award.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Governor. It really is an honor to be able to participate in this presentation, albeit virtual. You hear me talk about partnerships a lot, and that is because government alone certainly cannot achieve all of the goals that we have for our environment in Maryland and throughout the world. And one of our strongest partnerships is with the Chesapeake Conservancy under Joel's leadership. This is one of the highest and most prestigious awards that the state confers upon citizens who are active leaders in the fight for the Chesapeake Bay. So Joel, thank you very much for all that you do. Thank you for your partnership, and we look forward to continuing to work with you for many more successes to come.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary Riccio. Thank you so much for this honor. I'm so humbled. I'm so grateful. I want to compliment you on your leadership, Lieutenant Governor. I know you're visiting all our state parks, and as I understand it, you visited 39 of our 75 so far. I compliment you on that. We're really lucky to have such beautiful parks in our state, and we're lucky to have your passionate support for their creation and their maintenance. You know, conservation is a worthy endeavor, but it takes years of relentless effort, decades sometimes, in order to succeed. And it wouldn't be possible without a committed team of partners, staff, and board members at the Chesapeake Conservancy. The support, encouragement, and consolation sometimes that I receive from my wife on my successes and failures. And this challenging work is really made easier by political leaders like you and Governor Hogan, Comptroller Francho, Treasurer Kopp, the members of the General Assembly that are committed to protecting our environment. And you guys have just been outstanding in providing full funding for Program Open Space, Chesapeake and Coastal Bays Trust Fund, the Bay Restoration Fund, defending our federal programs like the Chesapeake Bay Program and the National Park Service's Chesapeake Gateways Program. And of course, my favorite is the Hogan administration's recent support of the establishment of a Chesapeake National Recreation Area, which is, we still have a lot of work to do to get that done. But, you know, that would put us on par with the Grand Canyon or Everglades or the Great Smokies. So, you know, I'll keep my remarks short and just say thank you to all of you and for your commitment to conservation, to the protection of the Chesapeake Bay. You know, future generations like my two little daughters, I have a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, they benefit from your outstanding commitment and leadership, and they have the opportunity to experience the wonders and joyful experiences out in nature at places at our state parks and local parks like Quiet Waters Park, which is on your agenda today. And that wouldn't be possible without your extraordinary leadership and support. So thank you, and thank you for this wonderful honor.
Well, thank you, Joel.
Congratulations and thank you.
Hey, Joel, it's the comptroller. You have any opinion on this particular gas pipeline project we're about to spend some time looking at? No, I'm only kidding. Congratulations on your award. It's well deserved, and congrats to the Hogan administration for their efforts. I'm just kidding on the other item because I noticed a number of people are signed up. But thank you for your leadership, and good things are going to happen to the Bay down the road.
Thank you to your leadership, and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Could I ask, Governor, it went too quickly for me. Is Joel the ambassador to the Chesapeake or for the Chesapeake or both?
Well, the title actually says Chesapeake Bay Ambassador, and Secretary Hattie Ray Riccio can probably explain it a lot better.
I think both.
Okay.
I would definitely go with both, Madam Treasurer. Joel is an excellent example of an ambassador for the Chesapeake because he certainly helps to spread the message of the importance, as he so eloquently highlighted, his children being the beneficiaries of a better future because of all the work we do. That's a great example of being an ambassador for the Chesapeake Bay by influencing others to participate and help out as well.
And Joel, you mentioned the support for the federal support for the Chesapeake Bay. The governor recently sent a letter to the Biden-Harris transition team outlining 3 priorities of the state And one of them was the continued funding and increased funding for Chesapeake Bay relief efforts. So that is a priority for us.
Well, I noticed that, sir, and I celebrated the moment I noticed it. So thank you so much. I mean, everyone loves the Chesapeake Bay, no matter where you're from in the Chesapeake Bay watershed, no matter your history, everyone loves the Chesapeake. We can all agree that it's a priority to protect it, restore it. It's the lifeblood of our community. It literally runs through our veins. And I'm grateful to be a part of a community that's working to protect it for future generations. And I'm grateful to be a partner with all of you.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, with that, thank you, Madam Secretary. And I'll turn to Treasurer Kopp for opening comments.
I don't think I have anything to add, Governor, except good morning to you both. This is a great day. Yes, in response to your question, we did have a blessed Thanksgiving, and it does give you a chance to sit back and realize how much, even in these difficult times, we have to give thanks for, and how much, in turn, we have to reach out and help others starting the next day. It was exhausting Zooming across the country at 4 different events, but a wonderful thing, and I thank you for asking.
Good. Mr. Comptroller?
Yes, thank you, Lieutenant Governor and Madam Treasurer. I know we have a full agenda today, so I'll try to be brief. And I want to concur with both of you. I hope everyone had a safe, relaxing, and happy Thanksgiving. I can't remember when the last time was that my wife Annie and I celebrated Thanksgiving just by ourselves, 2 of us sitting in the dining room.
3 children.
We ordered takeout from a local Indian restaurant, and I highly recommend that. Having gone through the more or less roasted turkey mode, this was a different presentation, and it was superb. We both looked at each other at the end of it and said, maybe this could start something new for us. Of course, the next day, Annie had to roast a turkey because she felt left out. Okay, so we've been eating leftovers for 2 or 3 nights now. But I hope everyone was able to visit virtually with or not with their children and their spouses. You know, obviously our wonderful grandchildren we didn't see, and family members. And that's like so many Marylanders across our state. You know, everybody is heeding the advice of the medical experts, but they're also heeding, and Lieutenant Governor, I'll just please pass this along to Governor Hogan. They're also heeding the fact that he's clear, that he's present, that he's having press conferences, that he's urging everybody to take care of themselves and also not get into a position where they're, you know, spreading a new wave of COVID-19 cases. Obviously, we're very concerned with the fact that our healthcare system may be overwhelmed by the new surge. And, you know, I just think that, frankly, Boyd, let me give a hats off. My staff sometimes gets mad at me for giving praise these days, but you know, your team has done a commendable job in communicating the seriousness of the public health issue. And please pass that along to the governor and other team members. It's not easy. Obviously, the holiday season is a very awkward time because it's the most wonderful time of the year. And, you know, we're being urged to be vigilant and take simple steps and do social distancing and keep our elbows up. And as the governor so famously said, I'm allowed to say this because I'm quoting him, wear the damn mask. I mean, really, thank you for, well, I don't want to get in trouble for using, I should have said, wear the darn mask, I guess. But heck, he said, wear the damn mask. And it's true. We only need it for a couple of more months, I think. For the sake of the lives and livelihoods of our family, friends, and neighbors, it's my sincere hope that all of us as a state rise to the occasion and assume personal responsibility in ensuring that we're doing our part to contain the spread of this deadly virus. And Governor, to end, if I could, just on a slightly lighter note, I'd like to wish my longtime friend, many decades, my colleague, Treasurer Kopp, an advance happy birthday before next Monday. My heartfelt gratitude, Nancy, for your friendship and your outstanding leadership for the state, not just on fiscal matters, but everything that has made our state such a wonderful place to live in. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. December 7th, a day that lives in infamy.
Yes, I didn't mention that.
Okay.
It's a
All
great
right.
day. It's,
Yes. Yes.
thank you,
Well,
Governor.
Well, thank you all. Does the modern generation know that quote, Madam Treasurer? You know, I mean, I grew up with that.
Probably not. I keep actually running into blank stares when I say things more and more often, and I know it's because there's no point of reference. And nonetheless, it was a day that will live in infamy.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I know we got to get to the agenda, and I'm just going to mention this quickly that my wife and I are fans of a lot of the older movies. And of course, they're in black and white. And so we will mention, she came home from work just maybe 2 weeks ago. And
We'll always have Paris.
And she was flabbergasted that there was a younger person in her office who had never heard of Alfred Hitchcock, had no idea. She mentioned a number of the movies and he had no idea. There was a former member of my staff and she was in her 30s and she said she doesn't watch anything that's in black and white. I mean, just prohibition on black and white movies.
Yeah, I actually have run into that in the last week. It's very disconcerting because the points of reference aren't there anymore. I was talking to my sister about a professional comedian who had never heard of Groucho Marx or Sid Caesar. I find that just
yeah. I know. So okay, we're dating ourselves. Okay.
Anything, yes.
All right. Secretary's agenda. John Gontrell, there he is.
Good morning, Governor, Madam Treasurer, Mr. Comptroller. We have 27 items on the Secretary's agenda and 12 reports of emergency procurement. Item 9 is being withdrawn at the request of the Department of Housing and Community Development. I'm happy to assist with answering any questions.
I'd like to go to item 4 on the agenda. And
Item 4 is a state title wetlands license. We have Bill Morganti, the board's wetlands administrator, prepared to address the item.
Okay, if we can turn to Bill, that'll be great.
Morning, Governor, Madam Treasurer, Mr. Comptroller. For the record, Bill Morganti, Wetlands Administrator with the state. The wetlands license before us today is part of the larger Eastern Shore Natural Gas Pipeline Company project to construct, own, and operate an approximately 7-mile buried pipeline beginning in Salisbury and Wacomico County and extending into Somerset County. The purpose of the pipeline is to supply energy in the form of natural gas to portions of Wacomico and Somerset counties, including to the University of Maryland Eastern Shore and ECI. The applicant requests a wetlands license to horizontally directionally drill below the tidal South Prong Wacomico River in Salisbury to install the pipeline. I concur with MDE that approval of a license with special conditions is appropriate. During the project public comment period, MDE received communications in support and in opposition to this application. MDE conducted a virtual public information hearing on July 7th of this year with 96 members of the public attending virtually. I attended this hearing as well and actually tallied 5 speakers in favor and 26 against. And I'd like to just quote part of MDE's report and recommendation that summarizes their finding on this. The report and recommendation explain, quote, though well recognized that fossil fuel use contributes to climate change, The focus of MDE's review is avoiding and minimizing tidal wetland impacts for this project, whose purpose is transporting natural gas. Impact to tidal wetlands associated with the project will not contribute to flooding, storm surge and sea level rise, or reduce the ability of the tidal wetlands to function as a carbon sink, unquote. After MDE's R&R was sent to the Board of Public Works, following my own tidal wetland regulations, I sent notice to MDE's list of 162 interested persons and posted the R&R from MDE on the board's Wetlands Administration webpage. Recipients were then invited to submit comments if they had continuing concerns. As of 5 p.m. yesterday, BPW had received a total of 40 comments, 19 in support, 20 in opposition, 1 neutral. Out of those comments, 1 letter of support actually contained 13 signatures. 1 letter in opposition represented 4 environmental organizations. Another letter in opposition represented 29 individuals or groups. And a third opposition letter actually included 599 names. Some comments contained concerns related to the wetlands in the HDD work, yet most reference other environmental concerns. In light of MDE's report, the project plans, concerns raised, and responses received, I've determined that the question relative to this wetlands license issuance really concerns the HDD crossing of the South Prong. And I'd like to offer the following 4 reasons in support of that. First, in applying the legal standard from the Four Seasons 2012 case, when the Court of Appeals interpreted the board's decision-making to, quote, preserve the wetlands and prevent their despoliation and destruction, unquote, and not be based on other considerations, I believe that the board's evaluation of this license, and consequently my own as administrator, is confined to the impacts of the proposed license activity on the South Prong tidal wetlands. My second reason, I've reviewed the public comments submitted directly to the board, all of them. Most opposed to the project cited reasons not related to the wetland crossing of the South Prong. These concerns included impacts to climate change, the combined impacts with the companion Chesapeake Utilities pipeline, renewable energy providing greater public benefit than natural gas infrastructure, and a preference for renewable energy power sources at the University of Maryland and ECI. I agree with MDE that fossil fuel use contributes to climate change, yet the license issuance here should focus on the wetland impacts, in this case, the HDD work under the South Prong. My third reason, I carefully reviewed the project HDD plan, since those I feel like to me are the crux of the impacts to the wetlands. And I posed questions to the design engineer concerning pressure limits for the drilling fluid allowed during the drilling operation. I found the project design plans and notes concerning fluid pressure limits to be confusing, and it proposed 3 additional HDD license conditions regarding this. One of these conditions concerns setting maximum drilling fluid pressure limits. Another concerns actions to take if that pressure is reached. And a third requires the independent monitor who will be monitoring the project to report on the contractor's adherence to these limits. My fourth and final reason is this proposed license activity is consistent with past license work, the state and state tidal wetlands. The board has licensed at least 4 similar HDD projects over the past 3 years. This pending application does not propose any unique impacts to the state's tidal wetlands relative to other previously approved HDD projects. So overall, I recommend the board approve the license with 6 additional license conditions, 3 regarding the drilling fluid pressure limits, which I believe really strengthen protection of the South Prong wetlands from drilling fluid leak. A 4th condition that includes consideration of rainfall patterns in turbidity and erosion and sediment control. A 5th condition regarding altering trees within the right-of-way, and a 6th condition requiring compensation since this pipeline will be installed under the state tidal wetlands. All the conditions recommended actually in the companion Chesapeake Utilities report and recommendation would be incorporated into this this wetlands license. And MDE concurs with these conditions, and I concur with MDE's recommendation that issuance of this license with the addition of the 5 special conditions is in the best interest of the state. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. BPW General Counsel Bohannon and MDE Secretary Grumbles are also available to answer your questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Morganti?
Yes, I had a question because, Mr. Morganti, thank you for your expertise and your knowledge. I just happen to completely disagree with you. I mean, really, this is not a issue of a small number of wetlands plants that can be moved around or not moved around. This is something that, well, we got 4,000 emails from people opposed to this project. So to respond that, oh, well, really, they're just a couple of hundred plants that need to be moved from one side to another, or we think the wetlands will still be there, I think is just limiting way too much. I mean, I'm thinking of the pipeline that the Board of Public Works unanimously opposed in 2019, the Potomac pipeline. You know, I was proud to vote against that for reasons. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this, but I think to limit the Board of Public Works tidal wetlands approval to something as specific as you just mentioned is just, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where the court's coming from. I just want to register my strong disagreement. And you need 2 votes to turn this down or vote for it. And I would just suggest the Board of Public Works is not limited to those specific parameters. People can disagree with me, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware of my concern that you've got yourself defined into such a narrow little space that it almost becomes a formality as far as getting approval from the Board of Public Works. And I don't think that's the case. But I'm just the comptroller and just one vote. But thank you for obviously presenting something in a professional way. I just happen to disagree with it.
Can I respond to that?
Yes,
Sure.
please.
So, Mr. Comptroller, I respect your opinion and your view on this. I mean, but the fact is that actually the horizontal directional drill will go under the south prong. So there's actually 0 wetland plants that would be affected by this. I mean, it has virtually no impact on existing wetlands. So I mean, that is the reality of the work that they're proposing. I'm not making light of other concerns that were brought up. I feel like, and I've looked at this very, very carefully. This is a very difficult project to comment on for me personally. But I guess I honestly feel that the focus of why this license is before the Board of Public Works is because it's a wetlands license. So I just really strongly believe that the impacts that what should really be looked at in evaluating this are the impacts to the wetlands.
4,000 emails. Obviously, you know, I just think that it's too hermetically sealed in a little off space somewhere. So, and I understand where you're coming from, and I always have applauded your knowledge. I'm just suggesting this is a reed too thin to stand on as far as approving a project like this. It has so much public concern.
But
That's
Mr. Comptroller, I think as Mr. Morganti had pointed out, the courts have defined what the role is for the wetlands administrator. So it's been, determined by Maryland, state courts have defined what is his responsibilities. And of the many emails, 4,000 that you've received, emails that the treasurer, that we've received, both emails and letters, and phone calls with regard to concerns, most of which do not relate to the wetlands. It relates to other issues, and we'll hear from individuals who are going to be talking in opposition as well as support of the project, and we can address some of those concerns that are being raised. And I will also point out that many of the people who are most concerned about it do not live in the lower shore. Many of them already have access if they don't have natural gas at home. So they do receive the benefits of that, and they're not subjected to the particulate matter that is coming from ECI or the diesel fuel or fuel oil and petroleum emissions that come from University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And so we will hear, and I'm going to call on Dr. Anderson from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore next, so she can talk about the impact and the ability to have natural gas at her facility, whereas they are looking at how they can better utilize renewables as well, but she'll explain that much better.
Could I ask Bill one question before we get to President Anderson? One of the many communications we got said that they fear the excavation methods necessary for the pipeline's construction will use significant amounts of water, cause sediment to build up in the streams and wetlands, and have potential for blowouts that would increase drilling mud into nearby streams. Your expert advice, do the conditions that you have put on respond to all these concerns?
I believe so, yes. I think as a project had originally come to the board, I think I mentioned in my remarks that there were questions that I had about the drilling fluid pressure. The mud in the streams, just to clarify, that when they drill underneath the stream 28 feet below, that all the soil material that's removed is taken off site. That does not stay on site. That cannot get into the stream at all. And they're actually on these horizontal directional drilling projects, there is an independent monitor that's brought in, unique to all other kind of environmental projects, that's independent from the contractor, independent from anyone else involved, to really monitor what goes on. So they will also be reporting to MDE and to the board. But I to kind of get back to your exact question, I think that the additional conditions about drilling fluid pressure limits, I think just add a further level of protection because of the way the design was put forward on this.
What is the fluid that's used in the drilling?
It is bentonite clay mixed with water. So it actually is a naturally occurring substance, but it is bentonite clay. But again, all the material that's put in to actually make the tunnel is removed and taken off site afterwards. That should not be leaking into the South Prong.
Bill, Bill, the comptroller mentioned the Western Maryland pipeline, which apparently was not constrained by the same limitations. The Board of Public Works Authority was not constrained by the same limitations, so we were able to legally vote against it. How is this different?
Madam Treasurer, that may be a question better posed respectfully to David Bohannon, the board's general counsel, who's with us this morning to explain the difference between the provisions in the environment article and the provisions in State Finance and Procurement 10305, the disposition of state property. Mr. Bohannon, are you with us?
Good morning. Yes, so this is in front of you under Environment 16202G, which really has been interpreted by the courts as being limited to the impact to the wetlands being acted upon in the application. The Western Maryland pipeline was coming in front of the board as a property disposition that's handled under State Finance and Procurement 10305. In that case, the board has a much wider purview in acting in terms of the disposition of the property.
Because it wasn't a tidal wetland.
It wasn't a tidal wetlands. At that far out, it was not tidally impacted.
I have to say, I feel the comptroller's frustration, maybe even more than he, but it's more with the courts and with the legislature for not, after the Four Seasons, coming back and clarifying authority, but that's history. So thank you. I mean, that was my immediate legal question. So you agree that under Four Seasons, I assume you advised Mr. Morganti that.
I do. If I may take a moment, the quote that I have from Four Seasons is at the very end, and in that case, the quote was, "The issue before the board, as we have noted, was whether the impact on the affected wetlands of the four elements in that particular application that comprised that application was sufficiently adverse as to make it in the state's interest to deny the application." So the question here really is, does this HDD work have such an impact on the wetlands as to make it adverse to the state?
On the specific wetlands, the river that
Yeah, I'll just mention, Madam Treasurer, since you brought that up, that Four Seasons project is one of the worst examples of urban sprawl ruining the health of the Chesapeake Bay that I could possibly ever conceive of. So thank you very much for limiting the jurisdiction of the board, but thank the court system, but they are completely wrong, because that Four Seasons project is exactly what is ruining the Chesapeake Bay right now. And it's not talked about enough. It's called urban sprawl.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that it's urban sprawl or that it's the very worst, but I think it was a very bad project. I agree with you completely about it, as I did then. But because of the impact on Kent Island traffic and other things, not on the specific wetlands, I just,
Right.
Anyhow,
Well, Madam Treasurer, I think you pointed out the challenge, correctly, and it is up to the legislature to clarify that, if that is in the interest of the state, to clarify that role in terms of the Board of Public Works. And so we have a duty to follow the law. I want to turn to Dr. Anderson, because I know that her time is limited. I had originally said that I thought I could get her on around 10:15 and 10:50 thereabouts. So Dr. Anderson?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, though.
I don't know what's going on with the camera. I apologize for that. Part of that may be broadband that we need here so desperately.
Yes.
I had to get that in. Let me start by saying good morning and thank you very much for having me. And I'm saying good morning to the Lieutenant Governor, the Comptroller, and also the Treasurer. It's been my pleasure to talk with all of you most recently over the last few weeks about this particular important matter. As the 16th President of the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, I am representing almost 5,000 individuals. That's our faculty, students, and staff. And I want to start by saying we are direly committed to Governor Hogan's executive order that he issued on June 25th, 2019. And that was directing our institutions and other institutions in the state to make sure that we focus on reducing energy consumption by 10% by 2029. During my short time here at UMES, my team and I have already begun to implement new strategies towards renewable energy, and we are developing a new comprehensive plan. I have already sent that plan to you, at least an executive summary of that plan, so I will respect your time today by not repeating all of the details in that plan. But since this is a public forum, I will just point out that that plan outlines our commitment to renewable energies. It outlines our directions and our approaches under utilizing wind, solar, geothermal, gashouse gas emissions, and also consumption and conservation. But what I would like to spend the time going through is just giving you a few key points. First of all, UMES agrees strongly with MDE's recommendation to issue this wetlands license. Briefly, this natural gas project will allow UMES and the local residents of Somerset County to get rid of the dirtiest oil fuels that we are now using as energy here on the Eastern Shore. It will allow us to lower our energy cost. Currently, from over $21 per million BTUs for fuel oil, we could lower that to less than half. It will allow us to have economic development in the form of jobs that are so direly needed here on the shore. And it will allow us to become more environmental friendly by reducing the carbon dioxide emissions that are on our campus down to 38%, and also at 65% at ECI. And let me add that we agree with moving forward, and it is important for us to do all of our part to move forward as a nation, but also as a world toward cleaner energies. We agree that we must make sure that our wildlife, our marine life, and our human lives are protected from less clean energy sources. However, today, investing in this important natural gas project allows us to immediately reduce our carbon dioxide emissions on the lower Eastern Shore. As I said, it allows us to leverage the funds that we are now putting into dirty oil fuels into cleaner energy sources. Furthermore, for the people in Somerset County, the poorest county of this state, it will allow us to begin to help the health issues that impact them from the use of these dirty fuels that are used on the shore. Please keep in mind that Somerset County is not only the poorest county, but the people here have the greatest healthcare disparities than any county in the state. Emergency room visits from among children who have asthma is 2 times that than other Marylanders. Our commitment to clean energy is unwavering and it is steadfast. But I strongly believe that reducing harmful emissions in Maryland is best achieved through a diversified approach. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, CO2 emissions are down by 30% since 2005, and the conversion from dirtier fuels to natural gas is a leading contributor to this reduction.
Dr. Anderson, I apologize to interrupt. The board has requested that public comment be limited to no more than 3 minutes. So if you could begin to conclude, that'd be appreciated, please.
Let me conclude. Thank you very much. I apologize. Let me conclude by saying it is my sincere hope that you not only consider the marine life, the wildlife, the plants, and the future, but that you strongly consider the human lives that are existing here today. And as a historically Black college and university, and one that is located, again, like I said, in the poorest county in the state with a large African-American population, this natural gas pipeline would be a game changer for our community and our county. I strongly urge you to support this effort, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our university.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Any questions for?
I do have one question, if I could. You say, Dr. Anderson, that you're in support of moving towards renewables like solar, wind, geothermal, and not relying on natural gas other than as a bridge. But in fact, have you made moves in this direction?
Yes, we have. We have made moves with solar at this particular time. We've made moves with wind energy, with also geothermal. We are reducing greenhouse gas emissions. On a number of fronts, we have made a number of issues. We have a number of goals in progress at this particular time. And our plan is to move forward with this and be completed with our plan by 2025.
2025. And you do use solar now, as I recall.
Yes, we do. We have solar now, and we're expanding that.
And you have geothermal in one of your newer buildings.
We have geothermal in two of our buildings and are about to put it in two additional new buildings. And in fact, save the date, April 30th, we're going to invite you over to our health professions building hard hat ceremony that we're going to have, and you'll see what we're doing there.
Hope we can make it in person.
Well, now, Madam President, let me jump in and say, if you're talking geothermal, that's the music I want to hear, because years ago, I brought this concept up when I was first elected, and it was greeted a little bit like I was a communist sympathizer from Tacoma Park talking about some strange Russian thing. know, geothermal is all over the Eastern Shore and frankly, the state of Maryland, and congratulations to you. I just wanted to, do you have any data on what your institution will reduce CO2 emissions by if you replace the dirty oil that you use right now with natural gas?
Yes, we will reduce it to 38%.
You will reduce it by 38%.
Yes,
Your CO2 emissions.
that is correct, by 38%. Yes.
5 million pounds, as I understand.
5 million?
5 million pounds based on what Maryland Energy Administration has said, and a 38% reduction of CO2 emissions for UMES alone. And that doesn't include NOx reductions of close to 60%, and sulfur oxide reductions of close to 90%. So, you know, when we talk about, you know, the impacts on the environment and greenhouse gas emissions, doing the status quo is much more harmful to the folks on the Eastern Shore and our environment in general than moving to this fuel. And as the president mentioned, when we look at the reductions of CO2 in the atmosphere, and Maryland was pointed out as one of the lead states in reducing CO2, it was largely due to conversion of coal to natural gas. And while we are all working towards renewable energy sources, they're not quite there yet to be able to provide heat and fuel to the two largest employers in Somerset County. And they are still paying a high cost for dirtier fuel right now that is, you know, adding pollution into the air in that county.
But I'm not going to ask questions of everyone, but Madam President, since you're here, you mentioned the African-American population that are going to be impacted by this particular project. And I just want to ask, I thought I saw somewhere that in contradiction to you, the NAACP is urging us to reject this project. Is that something you're aware of? Because
I'm not aware of that. We have had conversations with our downtown county commissioners, and we have regular meetings with them on a regular basis, and they know that we are in large support of this particular project.
and
So I'm
I
not aware of that particular.
And I have a letter from the Salisbury City Council saying, turn down this project.
And Salisbury City Council, Salisbury has natural gas. So is this
correct.
an issue?
Salisbury has had natural gas since 1959.
Right.
No, I'm just asking because we brought up this issue of, these concerns about disadvantaged individuals or economically challenged, and I'm just
the folks
calling out what I see.
Well, I'm calling out the fact that most of the folks who are complaining about this, including we'll have a speaker who represents or is a liaison to the Dorchester County branch of the NAACP, are in areas of the state that have natural gas. They have a choice. They can make that decision if they want to use natural gas or not. I live in Howard County. Natural gas is in the street. We have not converted, but I have that choice. And what a number of these people are doing is denying the choice of the residents and the businesses in that community, which was said the poorest community in the state. So this really gets under my skin because I think it goes to the elitism of people who live in an area where they can make choices that are trying to make the choices for people who don't, and then subjecting them to fuel that is polluting their environment, that they're breathing in these emissions. By doing this conversion, according to the experts, it's equivalent to taking 11,000 vehicles off the road. Doesn't that have an effect on greenhouse gas emissions and on the environment? So, I'm not going to apologize for getting emotional about this and being particularly concerned, but I see it as elitism. Even the fact that the NAACP, their national group, it's mostly people who are sitting in places where they have a choice and probably have had natural gas for many, many years and cook off of it. And they enjoy the fact that it's cheaper than the electric bills that some of us have. And so now it's like, no, we know what's best for you because we don't like where your energy is going to come from.
Lieutenant Governor, I didn't mean to rile you up. I was just
Well,
asking.
I was riled up
to
before.
the question.
I was
Thank you.
riled up before because elitism bothers me. And it's coming for those who already have the privilege of having natural gas, that they want to deny this. And it's going to cost, it costs the University of Maryland Eastern Shore more money. They can save upwards of $700,000 a year in energy costs that can be reinvested into the school and into their students.
Lieutenant Governor,
it bugs me.
you said it very well, and I agree with your passion. I've lived here for 2 years now, and this is something that we sorely need from the standpoint of cost and also from our health. Even the short time I've been living here, my breathing has already been impacted, and it wasn't before. And so this is something that the citizens here we really do need. So thank you for your passion.
Could I ask one last question, Madam President? You
Yes.
indicated you would be saving a significant sum. And I thought I heard, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, that savings could be reinvested into the movement towards renewables. Is that what you meant to say?
That is our plan. Where we will save monies, we will reinvest into renewable energies.
All right, so
Which means we can move faster in getting more renewable energies.
if
Yes.
we'll be looking forward to hearing reports on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. I know you have meetings, and I apologize for making you wait so long.
That's okay. Thank you all again for having me and allowing me to testify on this today.
Thank
Hey,
you.
call us in a few hours because this is going to take a while, but I'm sorry if we delayed you a little bit, but.
No problem. I have others who'll be on the line here continuing, so we'll talk with you later for sure.
Let me just add while you're here, Madam President, UMES is a gem. When you drive in, I literally think that I'm at an institution that, I had a completely different image of. You have a world-class facility there, right on the Eastern Shore. And yeah, I'm sure it's the envy of a lot of, colleges around the country that wish they had what you have on your campus.
Comptroller, you're exactly correct, and thank you for that. We want to get all three of you over here whenever you can, and I've already got the Eastern Shore delegation who comes over quite regularly, but you're correct. We not only do we have
lean out the door and say geothermal, I'll be there.
we will make sure you get here. And Treasurer Kopp, we're going to have you and the Lieutenant Governor over as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome anytime.
Look forward to coming back to campus. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to having you again. Okay. Have a good day.
All right, we have Josh Turkin from the Sierra Club. I don't think it's the Eastern Shore branch, but Josh Turkin can tell us. Mr. Tolkien, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It is Tolkien. Thank you. Can you all see me? I can't see myself, so I have no idea.
No, I don't see you yet.
No, no, sir. Mr. Tolkien, only, so for these virtual board meetings, I apologize, I won't take up too much on board. We decided back in March that to keep the number of participants manageable on screen, that only a certain select groups of individuals would appear on screen. Of course, the 3 board members, the agenda presenters, cabinet secretaries, elected officials, and presidents of universities, which of course includes Dr. Anderson. The other 136 potential people who might participate in this meeting are participating by audio only, including yourself, Mr. Tolkien.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
You're welcome. Please proceed.
Could I just say that I don't think the rest of us knew about that picture?
My only regret is that I had to put on a suit and no one got to see it.
You dressed up for the occasion.
Exactly. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for taking my testimony. My name is Josh Tolkien. I'm the director of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. There are a lot of issues that we'd like to address today. I think several speakers will talk later about whether or not climate change should be germane to this decision. I would like to talk about some of the energy equity issues that the Lieutenant Governor raised, and also about the issue of climate change. It is critical that we provide clean, renewable energy and heating solutions to the whole state, particularly to those regions that have been long neglected. The Eastern Shore, parts of Southern Maryland and Western Maryland have been neglected when it comes to access to energy resources. They should be prioritized with the cleanest, most renewable options. If this was the best, cleanest, renewable option available, I think people would accept it more. But in this particular case, when the state put out an RFP to provide heating and electricity for UMES, they only asked for options looking at gas. All options were not explored. So to say this is the best option is assuming that we looked at all the options. We did not. We actually know that electric heating combined with renewable energy is becoming cost competitive, is significantly environmentally beneficial, particularly when it comes to indoor air quality, which no one has been speaking about today, the indoor air quality impact of burning methane for heat. This is an energy equity issue, but to offer somebody just the lesser of two evils, this is 2020, we know what environmentally friendly options look like, and burning fossil fuels is not environmentally friendly. With regards to the technicalities on a wetlands permit, I just want to express to all of you, Comptroller Francho summed it up earlier. It's astounding that in 2020, we would be discussing building a pipeline with decade-long legacy. This is not a bridge fuel. This is, a bridge would be a year or two. This is going to be a multi-decade investment. And as a result, to suggest that it needs to be approved on a technicality flies in the face of all of the efforts the General Assembly has already made to make it clear that climate change is meant to be a priority. We passed the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act. There is a Commission on Climate Change. The Commission on Climate Change recommended that we move away from, not expand, the use of fossil fuels for heating, and has directed all the agencies to put these values into effect. So I think the General Assembly has been really, really clear as to what the expectation is in terms of moving away from fossil fuels. We do have energy equity issues, but Lieutenant Governor, as you spoke to the issue of access for this community, electricity is generated in Anne Arundel County by coal-fired power plants that is polluting those members, and it's transmitted to the Eastern Shore. So this can't be every man, every woman for themselves. We need to be coming together to providing clean, renewable options to everybody so that we can move off of coal and off of gas rather than having some like scramble to the bottom of the hill. When the governor signed the ban on fracking, he recognized and spoke that we need to view this as one Maryland. You can't just give Western Maryland the right to frack, saying that it's their local control issue. And the same is true here. Air pollution doesn't care about county borders. So I agree with you that we need to prioritize these communities and help get them off of these polluting sources. But to move from wood chips to methane is just the lesser of two evils when we know that there are clean, renewable options available. We would urge the board to reject this permit. But if you're not prepared to do so, we would urge you to table this until the other wetlands permit for this whole pipeline is reviewed later by the Department of the Environment. Several speakers, including Dr. Anderson, spoke about the benefits of the whole pipeline, and yet we've been denied the ability to talk about the negative impacts of the whole pipeline. So this conversation is conflating the benefits of the whole pipeline while not creating or allowing space for people to review the consequences of the whole pipeline, and they should be reviewed in their entirety. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And, you know, as you mentioned, electricity is also generated from coal and a number of other sources, not just renewable. So when you're talking about an electric plus renewable, electric comes from a lot of sources, including natural gas. The largest contributor now in our electric grid is natural gas, but coal is still a part of that. And as these entities transition, because coal is very expensive now, it's not just a question of, cost competitive. It's cheaper to utilize natural gas than it is for coal as an energy provider. So I appreciate your comments. And are there any questions for Mr. Tolkien?
I have a question of John, I think, apropos of what Mr. Tolkien said about a multi-decade investment. In point of fact, how long is would the contract with the provider be? Is the service contract for multi-decades?
So Madam Treasurer, I happen to know the answer. However, the contract, just so we're all on the same page, the contract for the natural gas itself to the public institutions is not before the Board of Public Works. It's actually part of the delegated authority that the board has given to state agencies to enter into commodity contracts, which that is classified under, independent of the board's review authority. My understanding is that the contract for natural gas, I believe, is 10 years with subsequent renewal options. The wetlands license itself, for what it's worth, it's under discussion today, is a 3-year license to complete the HDD work under the south prong of the Wicomico River.
So depending on the market and the legislature funding, this could actually be a bridge. I mean, this is a straight question. I don't know the answer. This actually could be a bridge, and we don't have to keep using natural gas as long as a pipeline remains in existence. Is that fair to say?
I would think so. It's just like, our homes. If you currently are getting natural gas, you can probably, just essentially stop using it.
I understand, but
yeah. I mean, it's a commodity contract. So I guess the contract is going to be for a period of time to accept a certain amount of gas.
I mean, I think we all agree that natural gas should be a bridge, if used at all, should be a bridge to renewables if we're going to meet the state's goals. I'm trying to understand whether that's in fact legally or technically feasible to say UMES after this certain date. It wouldn't be us, it would be the legislature or the governor in terms of funding. Don't support your putting the money in this any longer. You now have the capacity to move to geothermal or solar. I know that's not before us. I'm just trying to understand how deep a commitment we're making at the moment.
Right. And we would hope that the technology is there at that period of time that they can do it. And we would think the cost would be sufficient that they could do it. But you're right. That's not something that's before us. I'm going to turn to Brian Quinn, who represents the Eastern Shore Natural Gas Pipeline Company. Mr. Quinn here?
Yes.
Oh, there
Governor Rutherford, Brian Quinn, for the record here today, representing the Eastern Shore Natural Gas Company, who's the applicant for Tidal Wetlands License 190143. Both MDE and the board's administrator have independently recommended that the board grant this license, and the company wholeheartedly agrees with this recommendation. If I could, I'd like to just refocus the discussion back to the purpose of today's hearing. We're before you today seeking a wetlands license. And Maryland law, as the Maryland Wetlands Administrator and your counsel just explained, defines the contours of the board's jurisdiction. It's interesting to hear the Sierra Club refer to the law as a technicality, but it's the law. And this proposed 6.8 mile line traverses underneath a total of 76 feet of tidal wetlands. So I'll repeat that, 6.8 miles or 35,000 feet, and it traverses under 76 feet of wetlands. The impact of this project on tidal wetlands is negligible, and accordingly, MDE, in consultation with DNR and the Historic Trust, recommends that the board approve this license. Having said that, Comptroller Francho, I'm happy to talk about the environmental benefits that this project presents. You've heard Dr. Anderson mention them. This will provide numerous and immediate environmental immediate reductions in CO2 to Somerset County by replacing dirtier fuels, lower energy costs, direct economic benefits to Somerset County. Moreover, the infrastructure here will also support a local anaerobic digester project to be located near ECI that will produce renewable natural gas from poultry waste. The numerous benefits here are why this project has received overwhelming local support. From Delegate Sample Hughes, Delegate Otto, Senator Carrozza, the Board of Somerset County Commissioners, Tri-County Council of the Lower Eastern Shore, and many other towns in Somerset County. The benefits of this project are particularly important for UMES, as you've heard, an HBCU that would much rather spend its limited resources on educating students as opposed to higher energy bills for dirtier fuels. To be clear, this project doesn't preclude renewable development. You just heard UMES explain their plans. Nothing in this project prohibits solar or wind wherever it's allowed in Somerset County. With that, I know my time's limited. I just wanted to say the applicant and its many supporters respectfully request your favorable vote, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Could I just ask, are you Mr. Quinn that used to work for the Appropriations Committee?
Guilty.
Holy mackerel. Yeah.
Guilty.
No, I'm
Guilty.
delighted to. I think the treasurer and I may have been on that committee many years ago with you there. I have a vague memory of that. So thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask you about the what I heard was some kind of conversation about a project where you would allow so-called sustainable renewable natural gas. What exactly is that, and is there any actual partnership envisioned where there's such a thing as sustainable renewable natural gas? I take it that's not sure even what that is, but can you provide some information as to whether that's more expensive or not, or less expensive?
Thank you, Comptroller Francho. Yeah, I believe you're not referring to the chicken waste energy project that will be located in Westover, but there are products. This goes to the stranded asset argument that I still don't understand that the other side is making. But what we're talking about is natural gas infrastructure. What can be delivered through those pipes can be what's known as certificated differentiated natural gas. And it's natural gas that is certified that it was not produced, it was produced in a cleaner way, not produced from fracking. It's an emerging product that I believe I've sent some folks some emails about. It's available. So just as an electric customer can choose renewable sources for their energy on their energy bill, natural gas customers can choose to be served by certificated natural gas, which is natural gas that's certified. It was harvested through respectable ways that don't include fracking.
Thank you.
I think you should include
I take it it's more expensive though.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Quinn, I think you should include that your discussion about the anaerobic digester and the fact that there have been attempts in the past to utilize this technology that is not new. I mean, I saw it years ago when I worked for USDA. Over at the BARC facility, they have an anaerobic digester, which is, for those who don't know what BARC is, that's the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center, part of the Agricultural Research Service of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And they use animal waste that they convert to energy right over there. So, Mr. Quinn, can you talk about what the plans are with regard to this Eastern Shore program?
Yeah, Governor Rutherford, thank you for the question. And you're right, it's been around a while. You guys may remember back in 2011 when Mr. Harkins was in charge of MES, there was a anaerobic digester that was going to be placed right where we're talking about here. And one of the reasons, and the developer ran out of money. And one of the reasons the project went away was for high transportation costs that relate to bringing those RNG into the grid. Back then, he had to put it on diesel trucks and take it away. So here, this infrastructure will help support a renewable natural gas project that's going to be constructed by Clean Bay Renewables. And I'm trying to find the press release for it. It came out a couple of months ago. And I don't have it in front of me, but I'll find it. No, I'll find it. I think, yep.
Here it is, right here. Yeah, we got it.
Yep. And it's a project that they're about to break ground very shortly. They've already done some initial engineering and site work. And this project, all the details are in there about how much chicken waste this can turn into energy. But I can tell you, it's enough of a source of natural gas that it could provide the amount of demand that will be added to the system by ECI and UMES. So what I mean by that is this anaerobic digester project can provide the source of gas that UMES and ECI need just on its own when it's constructed.
And it will also address the challenge that we have on the shore with regard to the excess chicken waste.
Absolutely, Governor Rutherford. Thank you again. It really kills two birds, addresses two issues. I shouldn't have said that, but it helps address nutrient runoff in the bay, which has been a consistent problem down there. There's another anaerobic digester facility that Chesapeake is involved with, and Eastern Shore Natural Gas is involved with up in Delaware, that's under construction now. And these facilities are really strongly supported by the poultry industries in Delaware and Maryland.
Thank you. Any more questions from Mr. Flynn? Okay. Thank you, Brian, excuse me. Susan Olson is here. She's environmental liaison to the NAACP Dorchester branch. Ms. Olson.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Yes. I would also like to note that I'm not speaking alone. At least 50 delegates and a host of environmental groups have signed on in opposition to this permit. The NAACP Maryland State Conference is in opposition to the wetlands permit. We humbly ask that you look at this through the lens of environmental justice. Voices in support of the pipelines have stated that methane leaks will only go into the atmosphere like it's no big deal, as if these leaks are inconsequential. Nothing could be further from the truth. Methane is over 80 times more potent than the greenhouse gas carbon dioxide and 100 times as effective at trapping heat. Its impact on global warming will be significant. It has been widely documented that the Eastern Shore's severe flooding will be increasing dramatically in the years to come. This pipeline would be built on a hazardous floodplain. Accelerating global warming by releasing methane will exponentially increase Somerset County's already hazardous weather conditions. The county has limited resources to mitigate the damages that will surely be incurred. As Treasurer Kopp noted, the excavation methods used during construction of pipelines is risky in that they involve using large quantities of water, cause sediment to build up in streams and wetlands, and have the potential for blowouts that would release toxic drilling mud into nearby streams and onto agricultural land. This process threatens Somerset County's two biggest industries, agriculture and tourism. Fracking companies are going bankrupt at an alarming rate, and gas companies are going out of business. In a recent op-ed in the Baltimore Sun, Treasurer Kopp warned investors about investing in gas companies. We do not believe that this pipeline will last for the duration it's expected to last. Since there is no exit plan, Somerset County residents will be left with stranded assets. We are concerned that a recent analysis determined that this project will run primarily through majority, minority, and low-income communities of environmental justice eligible census block groups. The proposed pipelines will place undue toxic burdens on these communities. Due to the negative impacts to the environment and the disproportionate burden imposed on communities of color, We request that you vote no on this wetlands license. Again, thank you for allowing me the privilege of speaking.
Well, thank you, Ms. Olson, and the Dorchester County branch. Are you from Dorchester County yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you are in a county that already has natural gas. I guess, you probably heard me, rant a little bit ago about my concern that it's, the current system, what we currently are doing at ECI, as well as the residents who have to utilize fuel oil and propane to heat and cook from, is producing more greenhouse gas emissions than what the natural gas going to these facilities would do. And what we're talking about and what's being debated is also a choice for people to decide whether they want natural gas or not. If it does go to the businesses or homes, they can decide if they want to take that natural gas, as well as just hearing testimony with regard to the ability to utilize the waste to energy that can be utilized. And so, the current situation, and will be the situation for a number of years before we're able to convert to full renewables, is that, 50,000 tons a year of wood chips are going to ECI. By eliminating that, you're reducing 99% of the particulate that's in the air, the soot and the other particulates that are in the air. The 65% reduction in CO2, 35% reduction over at University of Maryland Eastern Shore. So in terms of an environmental justice argument, subjecting the people there in Somerset County to continue to breathe in the emissions that's equivalent to 11,000 vehicles on the road, to me, it seems to go the other way, that the justice would be to allow them to have the choice, that being the residents, but also the two largest employers in that county to be able to reduce their emissions by such a large measure. And it's just on the particulates alone, that's almost 100% reduction in the particulates. So I know, and I understand the feeling in terms of the future and the impact overall, but it seems like it's, folks denying choice to individuals who don't live there, and then are saying that it's environmental justice to allow them to continue to breathe in dirty air. So that's my rant for the day. And those delegates that you mentioned and senators who said they supported, none of them live on the Eastern Shore, and all of them live in communities where the natural gas is available. And I would ask them, do they currently have natural gas, and have they converted over from the natural gas that they have, just to stop utilizing their natural gas and convert it to other means? And as we already discussed, and as you know very well, electricity in this state largely comes from natural gas with some coal and some nuclear. So, all right.
Yes, sir. We were kind of hoping that we could somehow get Somerset County to leapfrog to renewable energy. How long would it take? You don't think it's possible to get another RFP that includes renewable energy so that we could get them started on that?
Well, I think, we already know that University of Maryland Eastern Shore is utilizing renewable energy.
Right.
And, we can do, through public safety and corrections, they can look at ways to reduce their energy. We use energy performance improvement contracts. We actually have, I think, one on the agenda for DGS. I'm not sure, was that public safety? But I don't remember offhand. So there are a number of ways, and the state is taking to reduce energy consumption. And let me just say something. I want to point out something. If no one has looked at my bio, when I was at agriculture, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture is larger in terms of employees, in terms of its budget, in terms of the land and facilities that it maintains, than the entire state of Maryland. USDA manages more land than is in the entire state of Maryland. The Forest Service is a part, the Agricultural Research Service is a part, labs all over the state, as well as, facilities in other countries. I was in charge of the Sustainable Operations Council. I started that to make sure that we operated our facilities in a way that was sustainable, that we reduced our footprint, our carbon footprint in all the areas that we had, the facilities, our roads that we maintain in the national forest, and so I'm very familiar with this. I ran the bio-based products program to shift from petroleum-based products to bio-based products that could be compostable. The bio-based program that started over at, or was tried and has been running at the House of Representatives was directly related to the efforts that I was making to get bio-based products into these federal facilities. So I have some, not a lot, not as much as you do, Ms. Olson and Mr. Tolkien, in terms of some credibility in the environmental area, but I've actually been in the operations side of how we can, maintain the missions of these agencies and at the same time be sustainable. So, but I thank you for your comments. Thank you for your efforts. And
thank you very much.
Olson. Thank you.
Lieutenant Governor, I believe governor is the correct address. I would reiterate, I know it's not before us right now, but to the extent the administration and the legislature can push, as they must if we're to attain our mandated goals, push the use of renewable energy, not just at these places, but around the state. I think it is important to note that when the economy allows, UMES and ECI can move more and more and should move more and more to renewables, regardless of their option, if this passes, their option to use natural gas. I'm sure you agree.
No, absolutely. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, the comptroller mentioned geothermal. When I was at the Department of General Services and the comptroller was fussing at me when he was a mere delegate, not a mere delegate, a great delegate. And he would fuss at me for many things as I was secretary. We were pushing for geothermal in new federal facilities. So, that is something that we were trying to push through. It's much more efficient now, I think, as the comptroller says. But, in terms of even then, as a longer term payback, it was a better way to go. And a number of our facilities personnel, our engineers, were very high on it and had convinced me as well that we needed to implement more geothermal. I'd like to turn to Senator Mary Beth Carosa. I know she wanted to speak. She's the senator from that area. Senator, good to see you.
Governor Rutherford and Comptroller Francio and Treasurer Kopp, greetings from Maryland's beautiful Eastern Shore. I first want to thank each of you for all the time and effort you've taken to consider this one priority item to grant a wetlands permit to bring natural gas to Somerset County. As you may know, I am Somerset County's sole representative in the Maryland Senate, and I am testifying in strong support for approval of this tidal wetlands permit, keeping in mind that we're focusing on a segment 6.8 miles crosses only 76 feet of wetlands. As much time as each one of you have spent on item 4, I hope you will understand and appreciate the perseverance of the people of Somerset County who have been working to bring natural gas to Somerset County for over 2 decades. It is worth repeating that Somerset County is one of only 3 counties in Maryland without natural gas. This disadvantage has prevented the type of economic development opportunities that other areas of the state benefit on a daily basis. Even before I represented Somerset County in the Maryland Senate, the county commissioners and local businesses and community leaders were working with the Shore delegation and other members in Annapolis advocating to bring natural gas to Somerset County. I'd like to point out that it's a win-win-win on all fronts. And you've heard some of these points in earlier testimony, but first, natural gas is cheaper. We've talked about the cost savings to the state of Maryland with approximately $10 million maintaining the boiler and cogeneration facility at ECI, and you heard about the cost savings from Dr. Anderson at UMES. Second, natural gas is cleaner than the current sources of fuel being used at ECI and UMES. We've talked about that today, but again, I think we need to focus on that natural gas is cleaner than the current sources being used. And you've heard some of the numbers that conversion would reduce the CO2 emissions at ECI and UMES by 65% and 35% respectively. Third, the availability of natural gas is a catalyst for growth and development in one of the most economically challenging areas of the state. I also want to focus a little bit on the questions that have been raised by outside groups about using renewable energy in Somerset County. And again, as you've heard, I want to point out that Somerset County and UMES have implemented multiple alternative energy projects over the years, including wind, solar, and waste to energy projects. I have personally reviewed UMES's clean renewable energy plan, and those projects are on track. I also want to point out one of the first projects that I worked with Dr. Heidi Anderson when she first became UMES president was a poultry waste to energy project. And what most impressed me is that Dr. Anderson understood that you could have these partnerships, true private-public partnerships that would promote these alternative energy projects. As what's already been pointed out in Mr. Quinn's testimony, that this Somerset Natural Gas project that we're talking about today is supporting the development of an anaerobic digestion facility that will produce renewable natural gas. Today, Somerset County is poised to move forward with bringing natural gas from Wicomico to Somerset County. It's been over 2 decades. Bringing natural gas is long overdue. It has the overwhelming support from local residents, businesses, elected officials, and community leaders that have made this a priority. With great respect, with an appeal to fairness and choice, and on behalf of my constituents, I urge you to approve this priority local item 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Senator. Are there any questions for Senator Carrozza?
With great trepidation, do you have any thoughts about the position of the Salisbury City Council Commission?
I actually, Madam Treasurer, was taken aback by it, given the fact that Salisbury and Wicomico County have natural gas. I can tell you that the business leaders in Wicomico County, Salisbury Chamber of Commerce, and members of the Greater Salisbury Committee, I was on a Zoom call with them earlier and in support, and the leadership and members of the Greater Salisbury Committee and the Salisbury Chamber of Commerce are supporting the bringing natural gas to Somerset County. And I want to point out, it's not just about Somerset County, it would be a regional advantage. And we really try on the shore, given that we have the challenge of our lower numbers, to work together and to have these regional priorities. So to me, it was notable that the Greater Salisbury Committee, made up of our business and community leaders and the members of the Salisbury Area Chamber of Commerce, are in full support of bringing natural gas to Somerset County.
Thank you. The only thing I would say, Senator, is I recognize that you've been working on this, the Somerset County's been working on this for decades. I would only point out that a lot has changed in 2 decades, both the price of comparative energy sources and the capacity, the ability to use different sources. And I would hope that you would agree that Maryland is on its way to being based on renewable resources. And that natural gas is in fact a bridge to the future, not a huge long bridge, a reasonable sized bridge to the future. And we're not going to end simply with natural gas.
Well, Madam Treasurer, the reason I included talking about the renewables and alternative energy sources in my testimony is I wanted to point out that Somerset County and UMES have multiple alternative energy projects. And I think that's been lost in some of the communications. At the same time, pointing out that, you know, when you talk about a bridge, at this point, Somerset County is just trying to talk about a choice that they should have, and that other areas already benefit from that source.
But I hope the legislature will be looking at the proposals of the Maryland Climate Change Commission, including changing 40 by 30 to 50 by 30, or something in between, and keep moving hard towards a renewable, sustainable future. And we look forward to your being a leader in that effort.
And I'm on that committee, and I'm sure we will be spending a lot of time on that.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, thank you very much, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Mr., and I'll probably pronounce your name wrong, Ankit John, or from the Sierra Club. We typically had asked for one company, but I think Mr. Jahan is representing or speaking for a number of other organizations as well. So we will allow Mr. Ankit. I hope I'm pronouncing the name somewhat correctly, so you can at least let me know. Maybe I'm butchering the name so much so that he doesn't recognize
No,
it.
I'm here. I just wanted to make sure I didn't cut you off. Thank you so much. It's Ankit Jain. Thanks for letting me speak. I'll actually be speaking just on behalf of the Sierra Club, but I'll be speaking to the more technical legal aspect, which is I think why they allowed us to have 2 comments, and also just some of the aspects of MDE's review process.
Okay.
So I'm an attorney with the Sierra Club, and I'm based out of Washington, D.C., so and working a lot in Maryland. And I'd like to address the legal authority that this board has. In its report and recommendation, MDE claimed that it could only look at the immediate impacts to wetlands in its analysis of the harms the project would cause. And we just heard Mr. Morgante and Mr. Bohannon argue that the board is similarly restricted in what it can consider. I would like to explain why MDE's conclusion was wrong and why the board can consider broader impacts of this pipeline beyond the immediate impacts to wetlands. So the board must decide whether a project is in the best interest of the state prior to granting a permit. The only Court of Appeals case interpreting this standard is Maryland Board of Public Works versus K. Hovnanian's 4 Seasons at Kent Island. Sorry, that's a mouthful, from 2012. And it's important to note that this is one case. There's no long history of case law here. I think some people have mentioned, like, past cases. There's only one case. That case analyzed a mixed-use adult community. The most important aspect of that case was the court's conclusion that the board could not act as a super land use authority in its considerations. But that case is distinguishable from and does not apply directly to the pipeline matter that is before the board right now, because that case dealt with a structure clearly subject to local zoning laws and under the jurisdiction of the Critical Area Commission. This permit deals with an interstate pipeline that is not subject to any local zoning approval, nor is the Critical Area Commission evaluating the project. Thus, in rejecting a pipeline, there is no danger the board will be acting as a super land use authority. But even if that case applied to this permit, in that case, the court ruled that the only harms the board could consider were impacts to wetlands, and since opponents did not raise any such impacts, the project had to be approved. Here, clean energy advocates have pointed out numerous harmful impacts the project would cause to the state's wetlands. According to the Four Seasons case, the board is allowed to approve the project even if it harms wetlands if it is still in the best interest of the state. But clean energy advocates have pointed out that the project is actually harmful to the state because of the climate impacts and the stranded asset risks it presents. You know, there's been some discussion that we could approve the pipeline and have it only work for 10 years. I don't think it's that simple. A pipeline costs a lot of money. I don't know, we can say if it's only running for 10 years, are we going to make the money back? Who's going to pay for the cost of this pipeline then? And therefore, for these reasons, the board should reject the permit application. Finally, nothing about the Four Seasons case requires the board to consider only the immediate impacts that the project would have on wetlands. As clean energy advocates explained in their comments, this project would accelerate climate change in the region, which would cause severe impacts to local wetlands. Thus, there's no question that the board can and should consider the climate change-induced impacts this project will cause to the region's wetlands. For all these reasons, Sierra Club believes MDE should have considered the broader negative impacts this project will have to the ecology and economy of the Eastern Shore, and we urge the board to consider these impacts in its decision-making. But I know that this is a very technical issue, so we would also support the board delaying a decision on this pipeline so it has more time to examine its legal authority here. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Any questions for Mr. Jain? I think we have Secretary Grumbles on the line. I don't know if he would want to respond to any of the concerns raised by Mr. Jain without, I guess, going into a, legal tribunal debate in terms of what the precedent of the Court of Appeals.
I'll take the hint and not go into a legal tribunal debate, Governor. I would just simply say that MDE appreciates the professionalism of the Wetlands Administrator, and I appreciate the professionalism of our staff. We followed the law. We looked at each of the 19 criteria that apply to wetlands permitting for the state Department of the Environment. And we feel confident that the wetlands license, and in conjunction with Bill Morganti's additions, adequately protects the ecology, the economy, the development, the aesthetics, the overall interests involved. And I just simply say, Lieutenant Governor, that the several of the points that have been raised today are also covered in the special conditions, which are fully within the wetlands permitting law, such as a requirement to report on any potential air emissions and to develop a contingency plan for resolving any leaks. And we recognize that there will be a broader debate beyond the Board of Public Works on continuing to move more aggressively towards deep decarbonization. But MDE feels that this wetlands permit adequately not only meets the law under the state wetlands program that we operate under, but also has included provisions that in agreement with the Wetlands Administrator focus on potential emissions and an independent monitoring. And therefore we feel good about the overall permit and feel that it was a proper use of our legal authority, and also keeping in mind the bigger picture for future policy discussions.
Could I ask the Secretary a question? Since
yes, please.
One of the underlying concerns that's been raised is the impact of climate change on either saline or non-saline inundation, as it might impact the pipeline, or shifts in land or erosion as it might impact the pipeline, not just the digging of the pipeline, which I understand you looked at and you put conditions on, but actually the impact on the stability of the pipeline. Did you look at that question when you looked at the potential of the license?
We did. Climate change is not one of the 19 criteria in the state law, but making sure the stability of the soils and the potential for inundation or ground shifting is very obviously, from our perspective, a component of any review of the pipeline construction, its impact on wetlands and whether or not the soils are stable or there's going to be flooding or inundation. And we concluded that there are sufficient safeguards. But that also, that's why one reason why we included 22, now I guess it's going to be 28 special conditions into the permit. But we did look at that, and we do appreciate the concern about resilience with respect to any type of public works project or linear facility. So we looked at that.
Okay. Any other questions for the Secretary? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm going to call Delegate Otto. Delegate Otto is still on.
There we go. Thank you, Governor, for this opportunity to come before you. I've been in office 10 years, and this is only the second time I've come before the Board of Public Works. I've had confidence in the treasurer and the comptroller and the, even Governor O'Malley, when he was governor, of doing what was best for our poor county, the bottom of the heap on every economic scale, unfortunately. And this is a project that we've been working on for many, many years. Like I say, I've been in office 10 years, and it started way before that. And before natural gas was one of the most efficient and economical to purchase. And now we have other projects, as they were referred to, with the conversion of anaerobic digestion. And I know other counties have captured natural gas from their landfills and need an outlet to put that into. So this is it's a win-win opportunity, as the senator said earlier, for the taxpayers of Maryland, the environment, and for opportunities to be afforded to the economically challenged that we have in Somerset County. And Mr. Comptroller, I thank you for your attire today. I was appalled that I didn't have a tie in the truck. These Zoom meetings have gotten me to the point of not preparing as well as I should. So I sent you written commentary, and you understand. You've been to our communities, and the other time that I was before the Board of Public Works was the approval of the Somerset Technical High School. And those are the important things, and we need places for those people to work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, yeah, appreciate that. Any questions for the good delegate? Well, thank you, and I like your deer tractors behind you. Right. Okay, I'd like to call Anthony Field. He's the Maryland Campaign Coordinator for Chesapeake Climate Action Network.
Yes, hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Comptroller, Governor, Treasurer Kopp, and I guess happy early birthday to the Treasurer. My name is Anthony Field, and I'm the Maryland Campaign Coordinator for the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today on one of two proposed pipelines that would connect to bring fracked gas from Delaware into the Maryland counties of Wacomico and Somerset. CCAN and our Eastern Shore members are concerned that this pipeline threatens the region's ecosystems, drinking water supplies, while causing irreparable damage to the land and our climate. With a strong commitment to clean energy and a ban on fracking, importing fracked gas runs counter to Maryland's commitment to climate change. In fact, new recommendations from the Maryland Commission on Climate Change clearly warn against dangerous energy projects that fail to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. The Commission reports that we must increase the goals of Maryland's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act to reach net zero emissions by 2045 and consider environmental justice impacts in order to avoid climate catastrophe. Approving the Eastern Shore pipelines would set Maryland back as a leader on climate change and would ignore important environmental justice considerations. The proposed pipeline would be built in predominantly low-income and minority census tracts, adding to already overburdened communities. Communities that, due to a flawed RFP process, are being told that they have only one choice to replace their existing energy source, that choice being gas. But that is a false choice in our eyes. The Maryland Environmental Service foreclosed the possibility of alternative energy sources by only requesting applications from gas. There was no opportunity to compare benefits and the costs of alternatives, such as electrification through solar or wind and geothermal. This is not an example of good governance and should be seen itself as an injustice. The Eastern Shore of Maryland has been called ground zero for sea level rise due to climate change. If the board approves these pipelines, Marylanders, the land on which they live, and their health will be put at risk. We spent the good first 15 minutes or so of this talking about the COVID pandemic and how people in the community should wear masks and have vaccines to help with community health. This is, in my eyes, a similar issue. You know, in a decade's time, 20 years time, we know, or even now, we know the harmful impacts of indoor and outdoor air pollution and that methane brings to our climate and air. And does the board members today want this vote on their conscience when community members of that community look back to see that they were using gas within their homes and businesses and think, you know, what were we thinking? So today's vote is an opportunity for the board to protect our shore and take the first step towards correcting years of injustices. The Eastern Shore deserves a clean, sustainable, efficient source of energy and jobs that does not threaten their health, land, and water. I apologize for the dog noises in the back. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. CCAN and our Eastern Shore members urge you to reject the Delmar Pipelines wetland license.
Okay. Well, thank you. And again, it troubles me when people talk environmental justice when for the residents, it's much more of a choice that is being provided to them. There's nothing to stop an individual other than cost for them to seek out solar energy on their property, on their houses, to ask their utility companies for more renewables for their heating and fueling purposes. However, the status quo, which essentially you're advocating right now, yes, conversion at some time, but the status quo is continuing to bring 50,000 tons of wood chips into the county to burn and produce particulate matter that will be reduced, could be reduced by 99%, 99.5%. The conversion is like taking 11,000 vehicles off the road. We talk about on the Board of Public Works going to electric vehicles to help meet our greenhouse gas goals. This is equivalent to 11,000 of those gas-powered vehicles off the road. The diesel that is used to bring in fuel oil and propane, not just to residents, but to University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And they are utilizing environmentally friendly energy through geothermal and solar power, and the president mentioned wind. So we talk about environmental justice, but what's the justice with regard to what's going on right now and continuing and condemning the individuals who are there to the same thing? And the right-of-ways that are being utilized run along existing right-of-ways of 13. Now, you can say historically that's problematic, but it's, and there are provisions put in with regard to potential leakage of and how they would handle that situation. I just wanted to respond. Are there any questions for Mr. Field? If not, I will turn to Delegate Sample Hughes. I believe you're still on.
Still here.
Oh, very good.
I think I'm doing this right.
There you are. We see your face too.
Well, it actually is now. It's good afternoon, and
yes, it is.
Thank you for allowing me to be here, Madam Treasurer and our Comptroller. You know, I just really like to say I thought you started off your meeting this morning quite fitting, giving the Ambassador Award to Mr. Dunn. Certainly, I believe that it's all of our responsibility to ensure that our land and our wetlands are protected, you know, whether or not it is picking up the trash as you go along your morning walk, as I did this morning myself, and hoping that the drainage system in our community still are thriving. But anywhere to possibly being a civil engineer and doing your due diligence in your line of work to that end. When I started my career in 1999 in Pocomoke City, I was charged with the responsibility of making sure our program, Open Space program, was effective in working, ensuring that our communities were thriving on that end. So this work for me is certainly not new. It's something that has spanned over the past 20 or more years, and it gives me great pleasure to stand with Somerset County and the portion of Wicomico County on this particular project here today. I did not take this lightly because I'll be honest with you, I researched, listened, researched, and listened some more, and even this morning even prayed about it because I want to make sure we're doing the right thing and making sure that we are adhering to the goals and the long-term impact that our community certainly needs and that it will have for generations to come. You know, when I did the research, because I always like to stick to the specific topic here, but I did the research and I looked at the data and the information that had come as a result of the report that you have before you. But the South Prong, and what I understand it to be, is a stable waterway, and it minimizes the impacts, or this project should say, it minimizes the impact of the tidal wetlands. The other piece that I thought was very appropriate in this was the additional conditions that were brought before you, whereas there will be a report to provide monitoring adherence to these specific requirements. Also, that the pressure limits, that would be brought to your attention and made those aware if and when something were to occur. So those safeguards alone for me is palatable and is something that I believe that we need to move forward. I want to say, and this may be a little ironic to say it in this vein, is that, you know, I've been on this train for a long time, and I've seen the plight of Somerset County. I've seen how the commissioners and the residents to that end want and desire to have the same economic opportunities as other parts of our state. This is an opportunity for that to occur. When they can look to their industrial park to be thriving and to be able to stand on their own economic benefits, that's really something that to be proud of and to be thankful that they can do that. You know, too often we're always scrolling down the list and seeing which county is thriving, which one is not. And I'm always seeing Somerset County at the very bottom of that list. And I know it was referenced by the delegate from Somerset County, but that's the truth. And that's the case. And that's where we are today. And we need to make sure that we are poised as a state to address the economic issues, address the ecological issues, and to go beyond that. And with that being said, this opportunity here today to approve this license is one step towards that. The last thing I'll just mention is that I met with the Sierra Club, I met with the NAACPs, I met with the president of UMES and all of these entities that have spoken to you today, and tried to understand where each one was coming from. And with that being said, I believe that we can continue to be in a place to understand where we are, but to help each other move to the ultimate goal of where we want to be as a state. So I don't want you to think that your concerns are not being heard. I also heard from my colleagues in the House of Delegates. It was also referenced that 42 delegates signed the letter. Okay, Well, those 42 delegates, once again, are on the Western Shore of Maryland and able to benefit from natural gas. So while I respect everybody's opinion, I also know that I'm living and breathing the benefits of natural gas here in the portion that I reside in, Wycomico County, and I want to expect and should allow the others parts of this county, of this part of the Eastern Shore to realize and to be a part of the same benefits. So again, I stand before you today as a member of the NAACP, as a member of the Maryland House of Delegates, and all of these entities, and wanting what's best for our entire state. But I have to say once again, I need to know that it's best and it's the best practice that we can give to Somerset County to ensure that we are continuing to thrive, because too often we're left behind. And I don't think we need to be left behind any longer, especially with the number of years that it has been that we have not had what we, I believe, is due to stand on our own economic feet. So thank you again. Pleasure for being with you today. And I look for us to continue to work together.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions for the good delegate?
I do. Delegate, you're in a very special position as Speaker Pro Tem of the House of Delegates.
Yes,
I think very highly, as you know, Speakers Pro Tem. And you've heard the discussion, and you know the discussion very well, and you know the concerns that the comptroller has started off with, and that I, of course, share, and the Lieutenant Governor shares, about reaching a state of resilience and sustainability, which requires moving to renewable energy within by 2024, but we hope a 50% reduction from 2006 by 2030. And natural gas is not one of these renewable sources. On the other hand, it is a savings to our institutions in Somerset County and to the committee, financial savings, and actually a savings and reduction of air pollution and CO2 and greenhouse gases. Understanding that, can we count on you to help the Maryland Climate Change Commission in its work to try to encourage the governor and the legislature to adopt the goals laid out, so that we can make significant progress soon, before our children and grandchildren get much older, in attaining this sustainable future?
Absolutely. And I say that for this perspective. You know, the legislature, we have made inroads. And yes, there's more that we can and should be doing. I look to the fact that, and the other part I represent is Dorchester County. Just on yesterday, we had the conversation about the erosion and the monies that we need from the state and the federal level to help James Island and Barren Island. Again, an effort to ensure that climate change is at the forefront of our minds. But to look more holistically and globally, the state, we have a responsibility overall, not just putting it again on the backs of Somerset County or the Eastern Shore, but looking at globally, holistically, to ensure that we are moving in a better direction, to ensure that climate change is at the forefront. And I believe we can get there. And we got to get there simply because we know the end result would not be a good one if we did not do our job and do our due diligence. But we cannot do it fighting against each other. I think that's what's frustrating for me, is that we have to be respectful of where each one of us are in our pockets of the world, of the state of Maryland, and use our expertise to the good. And I said this to the Sierra Club, this is no secret. You know, they have the expertise in the environment. The University of Maryland Eastern Shore, they have research teams. They have students that are on the battlefield trying to understand this and wanting to work together. We've been able to do that in other areas to improve our air quality and to improve our economics. So we have to do that with climate change, and we're going to do that together and not working against each other. So I'm just very optimistic. I just think if we continue in that vein, we're all going to be better off.
Thank you. Look forward to your leadership.
Sure,
Your
thank you.
genuine leadership.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you, Madam Delegate and Senate Pro Tem, or House Speaker Pro Tem, excuse me. Starting to get a little tired here.
Oh, I understand, but thank you again today.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Rapley, Sophie Rapley. She's a student maybe at UMES.
Hello.
Yes,
Can you
Ms.
hear me?
Rapley.
Hello. So my name is Sophie Rapley. I am a student, not at UMES, but I'm here as a resident of Maryland who is deeply concerned about the community and environmental justice impacts of this proposed pipeline. Maryland is supposed to be a leader on climate change. Building new fossil fuel infrastructure is taking us in the opposite direction. Natural gas is not renewable and it is not clean energy. Students and businesses along the Eastern Shore deserve infrastructure that is sustainable and does not pose threats to nearby wetlands. I find it extremely alarming that gas was the only energy source considered by the state. Truly renewable energy must be the standard moving forward if we want to protect our shore. A majority of the census tracts along the path of the pipeline are environmental justice eligible. Why are we subjecting Maryland's most vulnerable communities to subpar, potentially dangerous solutions? Building new fossil fuel infrastructure is not the answer. I urge you to reject this pipeline to avoid increasing climate and human health catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. I thought you were a student at UMES, and I appreciate that. I'm going to repeat my point about the environmental justice aspects of subjecting the population to the dirtier fuels, the emissions associated with dirtier fuels that are used now. I think in the name of environmental justice, one should be looking to convert to something cleaner. And yes, renewables would be cleaner and will be cleaner. And some of the institutions there, the two institutions, or at least UMES, is moving in that direction. But right now, the status quo is tons of emissions are coming and particulate matter are coming from what is going on now with the dirtier fuels. But fuel oil, propane, wood chips in the case of ECI. So I thank you very much for your comments, and I appreciate your concern.
Governor, could I just ask if MES is on the phone to please answer the concern that Sophie raised about a procurement RFP that limited this to natural gas only. I keep hearing that. Is that the case, that in fact that's what MES did? And what is their justification for that?
Do we have a representative from MES on the line?
Dr. Glass, are you able to speak to that question, please?
Yes, sir. Secretary Gontram. Good afternoon, Governor Rutherford, Treasurer Kopp, Comptroller Francho. For the record, my name is Dr. Charles Glass. I'm the acting director of the Maryland Environmental Service. From my knowledge, there was an investigation of alternative energy sources back in 2012, 2014. I'll have to look that up. I did not study that before the meeting today. The RFI and the RFP were only for natural gas. The primary reason for that was that ECI, the Eastern Correctional Institute, needs an uninterruptible, stable source of fuel for both steam for heating and electricity generation by cogeneration. Those were the predominant reasons. That security focus was the predominant reason natural gas was focused on for ECI.
And could you just update us on that? Because I understand all sorts of progress has been made with battery storage and ability to whatever have continuity with renewables. Are you suggesting that that is still the position of your agency as far as future procurement?
So I believe there's lots of advances going on. MES is involved in solar siting and solar panel construction. Our own facility receives a lot of its energy from our solar panels at our headquarters office. However, the stable generation, when you talk about Tesla batteries in a facility and lots of solar panels in a green field, there's still a lot of work to be done in those areas for sustainable energy 24/7, 365 in a security environment. So we are always looking at our energy goals. We are always exploring new opportunities. We have received a small contract to help Clean Bay with marketing the actual biological product from their anaerobic digestion processes. As you mentioned, the material you like to use in your garden, those types of facilities, that type of material development is happening throughout the state of Maryland. And MES is engaged with both Bioenergy DevCo and Clean Bay Energies and have been for some time prior to my presence at MES.
I'll defer to the treasurer. She's the leader of a lot of our thinking about how to make progress. And I find it kind of surprising that the Maryland Environmental Service has this view that apparently any institution or facility in Maryland that needs continuous source of electricity is ineligible for renewable consideration, that it's all going to be natural gas or some fossil fuel, apparently. And I find that to be stunningly inaccurate and unsupported, but I'll defer to you because you're the leader on climate change. And, it certainly seems odd to me. And maybe we should rename the organization and take environmental out of it.
I don't think he said that. Go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
No, I was going to say, I'm not sure that's what I heard Dr. Glass.
He didn't say that.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, I don't know
what did you say? I guess I misspoke, but I heard that you said the reason you only restricted this to natural gas was because there is no stable 24/7 ability for renewables to supply energy to a facility like ECS. And I find that a rather extraordinary comment in the year 2020, when we're all concerned about climate change, which is a crisis happening in front of us. So I'm not an expert. I'm just stunned that that was what I understood to be your testimony as to why you limited this to just natural gas.
I will get the study to you where MES first evaluated.
Study?
There was an investigation of alternative energy sources for large facilities in the state of Maryland. I believe that was sometime in the time range of 2012 and 2014 in my studies. I did not go back to that to study that for this hearing today, but I have been informed of an investigation of alternative energy sources for large facilities. That was done prior to an RFI, request for information, put out to industry for, yes, natural gas at the facility, and then an RFP for natural gas at ECI and UMES.
So your testimony, not to interrupt, but your testimony is that if you were doing an RFI and an RFP now for ECS, it would be open to all sorts of renewables based on the progress and skill and innovation of the private sector, et cetera, as far as battery storage and other ways to guarantee 24/7 delivery.
I am stating that in an environment at the cost that we're talking about for a correctional institution to have 24/7 energy for electricity and heat, and it to be independent, you have to understand it has to be uninterruptible, and so it has to be able to flip to generation if it's going to be on natural gas, or with the wood burning chips, have a steady supply 24/7, 365 days of the year. If the power goes off in a prison, it can't stay off. So wind, solar, and renewable natural gas for supply of energy are not at the place today where I believe that is possible in an economical manner.
That's an extraordinarily inaccurate statement, and I'm happy to give you some updated information because you're basically talking about something that just frankly needs to be updated from 2012 or whenever you did the earlier study. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think Mr. Comptroller, he was, speaking also about his, his understandings as a professional engineer in terms of where technology is today for uninterrupted power in a facility as large and as complicated as a correctional facility. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Glass? Okay. Delegate Anderton, thank you.
Thank you, Governor.
Delegate Anderton has signed up to speak.
Yes,
Sure.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir, and see you.
All right. Thank you so much for letting me speak in front of you for just a few moments. I hope you notice over this shoulder the Ravens flag. It is game day. Mr. Governor, I hope you're ready for Monday night.
Tuesday night, I think it is.
Tuesday night, you're right. Tuesday night football.
See my time?
We're gonna have a good time Tuesday night, I promise.
Okay.
But I've been listening to the conversations today, and I applaud my colleagues for being so well prepared their statements. And Madam Treasurer, Mr. Comptroller, I'm sorry, I didn't want to leave you out as well. Thank you for letting me hang out with you for just a few minutes. I wanted to bring a little perspective. I represent Wicomico County. I'm very blessed to do so in the Maryland General Assembly, but I grew up in Somerset County. My entire family's still there. And far too long, Somerset County's always been told to wait for this and wait for that, for the opportunity to economically thrive like other areas of the state. Somerset County, with natural gas being brought down to Princess Anne, could capitalize on a relationship with Wallops Island. That hasn't been addressed, but that is something that is very apparent that could happen. Look at UMES with their aviation program. There's an excellent opportunity for collaboration there between the Salisbury Airport, Wallops Island, and UMES, but something's missing, and that is that infrastructure of energy that is very prudent and is long overdue. My whole life growing up, I've heard stories of natural gas coming. There are a lot of things that we could talk about. We could talk about, the 50 of my colleagues who have submitted a letter of opposition, who don't live on the shore. We could talk about, the council in Salisbury. I represent Salisbury, and we disagree on this. They oppose expanding the pipeline. But I look at this as cases of those who have dictating to those who have not. And I think we need to get past that. We talk about environmental justice and things of that nature. And those are very important, but we need to also talk about economic justice or economic opportunity and make sure that that's important as well for the quality of life of the people in Somerset County. For 6 years, you have really done me well as a legislator. You've approved every project that has come before you that benefits the lives of the people I'm blessed to serve. And today, I'm hoping our undefeated streak continues, unlike the streak's going to end today, by approving something for my family. So the option that I have the option to choose between whether or not I want natural gas or my electricity generated in another fashion. I don't have natural gas. I choose not to. I want my family to have that same option. And so again, I thank you for the opportunity. I know that this meeting has gone on for a long time, and so I will quickly subside, but I just wanted to acknowledge that this is vitally important for not only the economic growth, but the quality of life growth of Somerset County. And I think it's time to stop telling Somerset to wait and say, okay, you're on the pad, let's launch. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions for the good delegate? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I'd like to then go to the President of the Somerset County Commissioners, Greg Matthews. We're not hearing you. Oh, there we go.
Yes, good morning, Governor, and
Afternoon, I mean.
Mr. Comptroller, and I'm sorry, afternoon, and Treasurer, and like someone said earlier, happy birthday in the coming days. You know, I come to you this morning with many hats. I've listened to a lot of the conversation. You know, I come to you as the Commissioner President. I'm also past president of the Somerset County NAACP, and I'm also a pastor. So it deeply touches me when I hear individuals who do not live on the shore. And I understand as political officials, you think about so often your political future, and there's more votes on the Western Shore than it is on the Eastern Shore. And I understand that. So I kind of sympathize to some degree. But as an elected official, we represent all of the constituents. And being a state elected official, you represent every individual from every aspect and corner of the state of Maryland. Somerset County, it's been said, has been deprived for many, many years. It's so often appears like a situation of the haves versus the have-nots. I'm listening to the haves tell the have-nots what you are not entitled to. But in order for this county to be a real good economic resource for the entire state, you have 42% of this county is African American. The NAACP talks about this, but the Bible says that my people perish for lack of knowledge. They came before you not knowing anything about where this pipeline is going. It's not going directly through the minority community. Most of that pipeline is going to be on US 13. And if they're really concerned about the minority community, get jobs. Nobody from those other counties that are talking about we shouldn't get it are offering the opportunity for economic growth. Nobody's putting up money so that we have the opportunity that our citizens can become gainfully employed. Because when people are employed, they put more back into the economy, and that monies or those resources would benefit the entire state of Maryland. So I come before you today asking you to not deprive the citizens of Somerset County the opportunity for economic growth, because for so long, industry has resisted coming to Somerset County because the fuel resources were poor quality. There was not the opportunity for advancement. Right now, Somerset currently has a large solar project which produces over 110 megawatts. So Somerset County is seeking to have renewable resources. We just need help from people like you in order to attract gainful businesses to come to this company so that we can raise the level of economic growth and opportunity for the residents of Somerset County. And I plead with you, consider the fact that so many of these individuals that are asking you not to approve this project, they don't live here. Some of them have never been on the Eastern Shore. So therefore, how in the world can they actually know the predicament and the plight of the citizens of Somerset County? And for the NAACP, that really bothered me to speak of anything that would hinder the opportunity for economic growth for minorities. That is utterly ridiculous. And we have the opportunity now for UMES to progress. We have the opportunity to reduce the pollution impact to our environment, because when you look at the statistics, the health of the citizens of Somerset County, it is deplorable because of the fact of the fossil fuels and the things that are polluting our air. And we really and truly are looking for a means to become more economically independent. And we're not looking for a handout, we're just looking for a hand. So if you would be so kind as to give us strong consideration. And one last thing, so many individuals from the political realm and elected officials have come to the shore and told the citizens of Somerset County, we're going to do this to help you, we're going to do that to help you. But yet when opportunity presents itself, we don't get the help that you promise us. And we desperately need this opportunity because, as I said, we're not looking for a handout. We just want a hand to advance the opportunity for our citizens to become self-sufficient and have a better means of supporting their families and enjoy a better standard of life. So I thank you for your time, and I hope you give us very strong consideration because we truly, truly, truly need this opportunity. And this is an opportunity for our economic growth. So I implore you to please consider giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I attach myself to all of your comments, and thank you very much for your commitment to the people of Somerset County, your passion, and appreciate it very much. And particularly pointing out that the vast majority of the people who are complaining about this do not live on the lower shore, do not live on the shore at all, and generally have natural gas. They have at least that option, and
Correct.
are talking about denying that option. And in the name of environmental justice, and I keep pounding on this, to subject people to the dirtier fuels right now. I mean, where were they, years ago? And where are they right now? They would at least say, let's address this issue now. So thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions for the good commissioner here.
Commissioner, could I say, I hear what you are saying. I too am a member of the Sierra Club, and when I was growing up in Chicago at the age of 10, my parents gave me a membership in the NAACP because that's what we treasured then. I would ask you only, as the Speaker Pro Tem suggested, to believe that, yes, most of the opponents are from the Western Shore, and many have never been to the Eastern Shore, but that their concerns about the future, about climate change and stability are truly held. They're not just hypocritical, and that we all have to work together to build a future which is sustainable for everyone together.
Yes. Well, I agree wholeheartedly, but unfortunately, the climate that we're now engaged in as a country,
yes,
it doesn't project unity. And unfortunately, the only way for any individuals to be able to overcome things that you don't particularly view in the same manner as others, you first have to discuss it. You don't have to be one of the things, as a pastor, one of the things I always say is, can we not reason together? So if we can discuss it and look at our differences, but yet realize that beyond all of the disagreement, the common goal should be that we make it better for the vast majority, not for a selective group, but for the vast majority. And if we can do that as elected officials and as servants to our various communities, then we've made the right choice. It shouldn't be just for a select few. It should be for the betterment of the entire state of Maryland. And if there's economic growth in Somerset County, guess what? There's not a whole lot on the Eastern Shore where people can spend their money other than Ocean City. So that means Macy's is closed in the mall. So we're going to travel to the Western Shore to buy suits and all kinds of other things, because that's where we're going to find the deals that we need. So if you would help us to develop that economic growth that we need and opportunity, believe you me, it's going to benefit the entire state of Maryland. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we're only as strong as our weakest partner.
Correct. And right now we're at the bottom of the list. So help to pull us up out of the ditch, would you please?
Okay, well, thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions for the good commissioner. But thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I appreciate your passion.
Thank you.
I stand with you. I'm going to call Mr. Ian Fleming, Washington Inn and Tavern. And Princess Anne.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak today, Madam Treasurer, Governor Controller Francho. My name is Fleming. I am a small businessman. Became a Marylander in 2010 with the acquisition of the 1710 Robert Morrison in Oxford, and thereafter, I reopened the 1744 Washington Inn in Princess Anne with great state and community support. The inn was built in 1744 and has been serving the community for over 275 years.
Wow.
It's the second oldest inn in the state. And the town that it's in, Princess Anne, exemplifies historic small town America. It being established in 1733 and serving as the county seat for Somerset County, the southernmost county in Maryland, and indeed the poorest, arguably, in the state too. It's believed that George Washington stayed many times during, and the inn was named in his honor. Today, the inn is still a relatively bustling operation, strictly following the COVID protocols set out by Governor Hogan for our industry sector. We use wood stoves to heat our common public areas on the first floor and electricity to heat our guest rooms. And we have propane gas tanks to service our kitchens with our award-winning meals. Having natural gas delivered to Princess Anne would help us to reduce our energy expenses, more than anything, giving us the option to choose natural gas as our fuel source of choice, as well as possibly eliminating the use of our wood stoves, which is a healthier environment for our employees and our customers. In addition to all of that is that ecotourism is going to become more and more important for hospitality businesses on the Eastern Shore. People look to come to the shore to enjoy our environment, and ecotourism for hotels is important, and we need any opportunity to improve those credentials. So I ask the Board of Public Works to approve these permits and support energy choice, the environment, and the economic health of Princess Anne. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Any questions for Mr. Fleming?
Look forward to visiting.
Yes. It's interesting. It reminds me, and the treasurer and I were kind of joking a little bit earlier before getting on the call about, kind of things that were in kind of cultural history, in a sense, what at the time might have been pop culture, but no longer is. But I remember signs being around that said, Washington slept here. That it was like, how many places did Washington actually sleep? But there were signs that used to be, I know in Georgetown in DC, there were, old signs that would say, Washington slept here. It may be a vacant lot at that point. It used to be a tavern that was there. So you probably actually have, a lot of credibility associated with that. So thank you for your testimony. And as the treasurer said, I look forward to coming down to and exploring your inn.
Thank you very much.
And your world-renowned meals. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call Jamie Wink of Wink Sporting Goods in Princess Anne. Mr. Wink, are you still out there? I heard something. I don't know that was us. Mr. Wink, is that you trying to come on?
I do not see Mr. Wink in attendance.
Oh, okay. Then we'll move on. Mr. Bill Chambers, who is with the president and CEO of Salisbury Chamber of Commerce. Okay, Mr. Chambers may not be there.
Mr. Chambers is present. It appears his audio is self-muted.
I'm here. I'm sorry about that.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Governor. Good afternoon, Comptroller Francho and Treasurer Kopp. It's an honor to be here before all of you this morning. this afternoon now. The Salisbury Area Chamber is a regional chamber. Our headquarters are here in Salisbury, Maryland, and I really appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on the Somerset natural gas project, and specifically today's consideration of the wetlands permit for Eastern Shore Natural Gas for their important part of this project. While most of our beloved state has seen overall positive economic growth the past half decade or so, Maryland Somerset County has continued its unfortunate legacy as an economic development dead zone. The Somerset Natural Gas Project will be a true game changer for Somerset County, its citizens, and its businesses and organizational communities. The Chamber is focused on economic growth, job creation, and expanding the commercial tax base for our lower shore communities and Maryland as a whole. This project more than fits those criteria and will change the landscape for business expansion in Somerset, grow new businesses in Somerset County, and bring new business investment to all of our lower shore counties and bring significant economic benefits to the state as a whole. In short, this project is a no-brainer. On behalf of our chamber and our 700 member businesses and organizations, we implore you to vote favorably on today's wetlands permit application, and we look forward to the approval of the full project and the dawn of a new day in Somerset County.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Any questions for Mr. Chambers? The appropriate name for president of a chamber of commerce is Chambers. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Dennis Williams, president of the Princess Anne Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Williams? I don't know if he's
not seeing Mr. Williams.
Okay, maybe he had to drop off. We have a few other members, or others signed up. I see Jim Mathias from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, but the president has already spoken. I don't think we need to go to him at this point. I'd like to go to John Sharp from Salisbury, if he's available.
And greetings. I will dispense of the formalities, just except to thank you for your public service to the citizens of Maryland.
Thank you.
Which includes Wicomico County and Somerset County. I'm a lifelong resident of Wicomico County. I'm a property owner. One of my properties spans across a tributary of the North Prong of the Wicomico River, and I am currently in my mother's house on the near the South Prong. I consider myself an environmentalist, not an activist. I have friends who have been students and employees at UMES, and I myself have worked as a technician in the ECI energy plant. 2 years ago, I noticed that Chesapeake Utilities was finally installing a distribution line down my street, and I jumped at the chance to have natural gas installed in my mother's house. It's made a world of difference, both in difference in the cost of heating oil and the hassle of making sure that an aging oil tank was filled. So I'm an advocate of natural gas. It is the cleanest burning fossil fuel. And although I'm still waiting for Dr. Emmett Brown to bring his Mr. Fusion machine, but that's always 20 years away. I just wrote down 4 bullets regarding the current environment. I witnessed the installation of a gas pipeline in Lower Delaware on my way to work last year, and I was very impressed at the sophistication of the installation. Regarding economic development, I mean, so many others have spoken regarding Somerset County. I would just point out that the total population of Somerset County would not fill half of the Ravens Stadium. And the median income for a family in Somerset County is less than $38,000. That's the median, $38,000. 20% of the population, that's 1 out of every 5 people in Somerset County, are below the poverty level. In terms of environmental justice, I witness the trucks taking the wood chips down to ECI, and they're all diesel powered. I lived in China for 20 years, and I'm aware that solar panels manufactured in China use electricity generated by soft coal. And that's the worst fuel. And I suffered bronchitis while I was a teacher there because of the pollution. Natural gas is a wonderful fuel. Regarding climate change and intersecting these other bullet points, I think that it's horrible to try to place upon the citizens and residents of Somerset County any responsibility for climate change, especially given the conditions in China, Russia, and India. So I'm an advocate of extending natural gas to our poorest county, where the people desperately need economic development. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Any questions for Mr. Sharp? Okay. Thank you again. And Dan Irvin from Salisbury University. Is Mr. Irvin on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
There we go. Yes, yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Dan Irvin, and I'm a professor of finance at Salisbury University. I live in Wicomico County, and I've requested time to speak in favor of the projects that will bring the natural gas to Somerset County. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. In full disclosure, prior to my position at Salisbury University, I had a career as an engineer at Duke Energy in North Carolina and as a financial analyst at Kentucky Utilities in Kentucky. I understand the economics and the engineering that make up the energy industry. It is important to develop natural gas assets as wind and solar resources are added to the generation mix on the Eastern Shore. Natural gas is an excellent source of energy to pair with renewables for several reasons. If Maryland wants to continue to expand the development of renewables in the region, we will need natural gas because of its affordability, reliability, and it is dispatchable. So it can fill the supply needs when the renewables are unable to produce power. Natural gas is also reliable and affordable energy choice that benefits local employers and working families where it is available. When you intentionally restrict energy choices in a community, you place those that live and work there at a disadvantage. The economic benefits of access to reliable supply of natural gas is well documented, and these projects to bring natural gas to Somerset County have the potential to be a great boost to the local economy. For Somerset County, with 23% of the population living in poverty, the highest in Maryland, this decision should be a clear one to support the expansion of natural gas into the community to benefit employers and working family living there. Thank you for your time, and I will ask you to vote affirmatively to support the delivery of natural gas to Somerset County.
Thank you, Dr. Irvin. Any questions for the good doctor? And I will just say my youngest is a graduate of Salisbury University. Thank you for what you do there.
Thank you.
The last person we have is Roland Condon. You signed up to speak, Mr. Condon? Is he signed on, John?
I'm not seeing Mr. Condon, no, sir.
Okay, maybe we lost him through this. Okay, I don't know if there's any discussion, but I move that we take this matter separate from the rest of the Secretary's agenda And I ask for a motion on this matter and a vote.
I would move, Governor, to support the granting of the license.
Well, I think the effort is to separate it, right?
Yes, from this, now this.
I would make that motion. I would second that motion, and I assume we can have a vote.
Yes. So those in favor, that's aye. I'm an aye.
Of separating it?
No, I'm for, just for 4, just for, we're voting on item 4 alone. I guess I confused everybody.
Yeah. I believe the item has been separated, and now we can have a discussion if anybody wants to make a comment, and I have a brief comment.
Okay, please.
Yeah, no, people may have noticed that I was standing up during the meeting. I was trying to experiment with a personal thing that if I stand up, maybe the meeting will go faster. Well,
it didn't.
It did. It's 3 hours long.
I thought your back was bothering you or something.
Yeah, no, my back's fine, thank you. But it did. The little experiment did not work. We spent 3 hours on this item, but I just want to remind everybody how important the overall subject matter is. And I know that we sometimes get lost in the details, but if anybody is interested in the threat to planet Earth from global warming, just go and look at David Attenborough's new documentary. You can just ask for it. It's called A Life on Our Planet. It's brand new. It's a absolutely riveting condemnation of us as a global community turning our back on what's going on in the environment. So I want to just start by saying everyone who provided testimony, despite the length of today and despite the somewhat weeds that we got into as far as details, I just want to applaud everyone, particularly the elected officials who speak in favor of this, Delegate Otto and Senator Cardoza, Delegate Sample Hughes, and Commissioner Mathies. I mean, what, very powerful comments. And I personally appreciate it. But I also really want to recognize the folks that were speaking on the other side, because Josh Tolkien and Mike Tidwell didn't speak, but he's been communicating with me. He's a neighbor of mine back in Tacoma Park. My local legislator, Lord Shakudrian, is an absolute champion on the global warming, climate change. And I love the testimony of Sophie Rapoli and encourage her, obviously, to stay as a student and as a graduate focused on this issue, because it's an existential threat to the planet, not just our country or a locality in our country. It's obviously evident that the item has generated a lot of interest, not only in Somerset County and the Eastern Shore, but across the state. Frankly, over the last several months, I've had the opportunity to meet with stakeholders on both sides of this issue. My office has received thousands of emails and phone calls and social media communications from Marylanders who have strong opinions on the project. And I just want to reiterate, I greatly appreciate hearing from everyone on both sides of the issue. It's undeniable, however, and this is probably no other politician in recent history has visited Somerset County more than I have. It's undeniable that in Somerset County, the most economically disadvantaged jurisdiction on our state, for years, they not only feel, but they actually have been deprived of their fair share of attention, investment, and resources from all of us at the state level, in Annapolis, et cetera. That's why I made it a point to visit the county on a regular basis over the course of my 14 years as comptroller. And I've often visited with business leaders, residents, and heard firsthand from the citizens of Somerset about the challenges they're facing. In 2015, I led the fight to put the Great Bay Wind Power Project in Somerset, which would have been a tremendous source of local jobs and local energy. But unfortunately, that was deep-sixed by powerful people in the legislature and frankly, at the federal level. So I just want to concur that obviously propane, really dirty oil, and burning wood chips are not exactly on anyone's list of clean energy. But the fact that Somerset County has not had access to natural gas is quite frankly an economic injustice to the residents that live there. For years, Maryland businesses and residents have benefited from lower natural gas costs, and Somerset County has simply been left behind. And when we tried to get renewable energy down there, it was blocked. And as a result, local businesses are stuck paying high-cost energy bills rather than focusing on their own operations and own economic development. The county has the state's highest poverty rate, second highest unemployment rate, lowest median household income, according to the 2018 census. Environmentally, Somerset residents suffer from polluted air as a result of the dirty fuel they're forced to burn for energy. A much cleaner option, natural gas, could significantly reduce harmful emissions, as has been testified today. I believe ECI and UMES would respectfully lower their CO2 emissions by 65% and 38%. Obviously, I've been a leader over the years on environmental justice and protection of our state's natural resources. I was proud to vote against the Potomac Pipeline out in Western Maryland in 2019, and helped lead the fight against the Four Seasons project. And obviously the Great Bay project, was something that was incredibly disappointing for me. But I do acquiesce to some of the testimony that the agreement that we're signing with Chesapeake Utilities and UMES is a 10-year agreement with a 10-year renewal, so we're going to get a chance to revisit this. I can understand the testimony that folks in Somerset need something now, not 5 years from now. They need something now. And they were extraordinarily disappointed, I think, 4 or 5 years ago with the Great Bay Energy. And obviously, they believe that we're moving to a cleaner option, and we're going to continue to invest in renewables, which the treasurer and the lieutenant governor and I are all strong supporters of. So I just believe that we're in a situation which is calling out for bold action, but this is not exactly a bold action that is productive immediately, nor is it particularly fair to the citizens of Somerset County. So a solution where ECI continues to burn wood chips for the next 5 or more years, and trust me, I was in the legislature and helped authorize the famous wood chip burning furnace. We thought we were doing something good for the environment. Instead, it turned out to be the opposite. So I strongly believe this project will be somewhat of an immediate beneficial help to the environment by lowering emissions from the university and the prison significantly, all the while adding only a small amount to the state's natural gas use. So I'm going to vote yes on this license, but I join with the treasurer, and I'm sure the lieutenant governor also. It's critical that this vote not be interpreted as an endorsement for fossil fuels and long-term dependency on natural gas. This is a temporary measure, must be treated as such. The state must continue to make progress to comply with our own goals and commitments concerning clean energy. And I once again want to just reach out to the folks on the environmental side that testified today and thank them for their activism and advocacy, and just applaud everybody for the substance that they presented to us today. And I'm going to vote yes on granting this particular license. Thank you, Governor and Madam Treasurer.
Governor, it doesn't happen too often that I say I agree completely with what the comptroller has said. But in this instance, I do. There is no doubt, and as a member of the Climate Change Commission, I've already voted that I believe we have to move more quickly to reduce our dependence on fossil fuel, and that can only be done through electrification of buildings and the vehicle fleets. That's the only way, really, that it can be done. And I also believe that everything we have to do has to be within the context of environmental justice, climate justice. Those are the frameworks. But this vote is not on a concept or the framework. It's on a specific item before us. And neither the comptroller nor I like this, but the court, our assistant attorney general, the assistant attorney general in central office, who is in charge of opinions and advice, all agree that that the item before the board today is simply approval of the 76-foot horizontal drilling under the river. And serious, good questions have been raised about that drilling and about the impact of climate change on the pipeline that will be there for quite a while, whether we use it or not, and the process of drilling, not dredging, because it's not going to be dredged. But I believe that our experts, the ones we listen to at the Department of the Environment and our wetlands advisor, all agree that with the conditions that we are going to approve with approving this item, it is in fact safe and will not despoil the wetland, which is the test, until the legislature changes that test or changes the authority of the Board of Public Works to look at broader questions. I'm not personally in favor of expanding the authority of the Board of Public Works, but if that is what the majority of the legislature thinks is appropriate, then that's the policy decision. We're not here to make that policy decision. So I believe that we are constrained in the item before us. We have looked at all the facts. We have listened to very good testimony on both sides, although most of it is not focused on the specific item and the issues before us, and agree with the comptroller on supporting the item. I also appreciate, as the comptroller did, not only the fact that that specific item is before us and we are limited to approving that, but the fact is that this means there will be an immediate significant reduction both in cost and in carbon emissions as the two state institutions move off of wood chips, which we thought was a great innovation, and propane and heating oil to natural gas, which is cleaner, even though we believe it should only be a bridge to true renewables. And I believe that the inequity of the situation regarding Somerset County, its economic and environmental disadvantage, have to be acknowledged and addressed. Within that framework of equity, I believe we have an obligation not only to make sure that the burdens of the change to sustainability are borne equally by the entire state, but that those who have been thus far not supported and left behind must be brought up to equity. And I think that this item is one relatively small way of doing it. So I do support comptroller's motion, will vote for it, do believe natural gas should be a short bridge, do not believe that we have to use natural gas any longer than absolutely necessary, and am very glad, by the way, to hear the president of University of Maryland Eastern Shore say that the savings, several $100,000 a year, the savings from going off of the worst fuels are going to be used to invest in renewables. And I think that's, unfortunately, sometimes we have to, as Churchill said, go by littles, go incrementally, and not simply discard everything from the past for the new world.
Oh, very good. You said it's not often that you agree with the comptroller totally, and it's probably even less often to rare, if not ever, that I agree with the comptroller totally in his comments. I thought it was very well articulated. He laid out, arguments on both sides and weighing the challenges. I appreciate, Madam Treasurer, you're pointing out the equity issue. And in my rant earlier, I probably was not nearly as eloquent in terms of pointing out the equity in terms of the portions, but specifically Somerset County that has been, kind of left behind in many of the initiatives that many of us are able to enjoy. And so with that, I guess we are putting it to the vote. The two of you have said that you support it. I support it. I think that's 3-0, if my arithmetic is correct. Do people even say arithmetic anymore, going back to these older terms?
No, I think math, which we never used to get until about the 5th grade.
Okay. So,
Governor, I wonder if we could get a half-hour break just for.
okay. A half hour is fine. I was going to say 5 minutes, but if you want a half hour and we'll pick up the remainder of the agenda items, is a half hour what you want? Can we make it 20? 20
Half hour would be great for me.
Let's go 30 minutes then. Okay.
1:30.
Okay, 1:30.
Or just give me a time, 1:35, whatever y'all want.
How about 1:30, Mr. Comptroller?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a short.
Wonderful. We will adjourn. Please, members, be mindful of the fact that your audio and cameras will remain active, presumably unless you turn them off during the period until we resume. Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, Madam Treasurer.
how are you?
Doing fine, thanks. We are still live.
I'm still here.
Still here, and we are still live with the meeting.
Excellent. You don't mind if I finish my lunch, I hope.
Certainly don't.
Everybody out there in TV computer land.
Hi, Governor.
I turned it on and then off, my microphone. I guess we're waiting for the comptroller to come back.
Correct. We are still live with the broadcast, sir.
Yep, okay.
Okay, back on.
Mr. Comptroller, welcome back. We are still live.
Okay, well, are you ready to continue with the secretary's agenda? Any additional questions on the secretary's agenda?
Madam Treasurer,
I don't think so.
I have a question on items 1 through 6. It's a generic issue. A 1 through 6.
Oh, okay, the opinion. Okay.
Items A1 through 6 are emergency reports from the Department of General Services. On behalf of the Department of Health, we do have Secretary Schrader available.
Yes, I'm pleased that hopefully he's available, and I think it would be remiss if I didn't comment, at least ask about the, since I have Secretary Schrader here, the lab genomics test kits that were procured from South Korea, given the Washington Post story published 2 weeks ago. I was grateful and have consistently applauded the Hogan administration for their leadership and management of the pandemic, especially given the fact that the Trump administration abdicated their responsibilities at the national level and forced states like Maryland to fend for themselves and procure their own test kits, ventilators, PPE, and other supplies. However, I was surprised at the revelations in the Washington Post article, which was a long article, information that was never presented to this board or shared with our staff when the Department of Health has brought items related to lab genomics in the past. As Comptroller of the State, a member of the Board of Public Works, there are a lot of unanswered questions that I believe need to be clarified, especially since even health department officials couldn't account for some irregularities as reported by the Washington Post. So Secretary Schrader, thank you for agreeing to at least try to answer a couple of these questions. First, with respect to Cyan Diagnostics in the article, you indicated you did not know in the article why the state was paying Cyan $98 per test when we provided them with the test kit. Now that 2 weeks have passed since that article's publication, have you been able to get some clarity on why they were charging us such a large amount of money, given that we were providing them with the actual test?
Mr. Comptroller, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Governor and Treasurer Comptroller Francho. What we had told the reporter, and they did not print, is that we originally had 6 contracts that we brought forward, and their $98 was the test. We renegotiated the rate when in August and early September when we started giving Cyan the test, and they've been that rate was $93. So we took a $5 discount off the price of the test when we started giving them the test to run. So we had told that to the reporter, but they did not publish that.
And what is the payment we make to other labs similar to Cyan Diagnostics?
They range in the $90 to $100 range, sir, across the board. You know, it depends. So like LabCorp was $100, $69 for Quest, $100 for Mako. University of Maryland lab was $90, Cyan $93, and ICMD was $100. So the preponderance of them were between $90 and $100, with half of them at $100.
And they were using their own test kits, I take it, or not?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Except for one clarification, sir, because you did. UMPA, the University of Maryland, for a period used 125,000 of our tests. But they were also giving deep discounts to nursing homes and state agencies, which were down around $40 a test. So we had a significant discount on those tests.
Okay. And when did you, at the Department of Health or your colleagues, when were you made aware of irregularities and defects associated with the lab genomics test kits? I'm thinking that, or maybe it's the University of Maryland ones, because I remember someone that was affiliated with the industry complaining that 37% of their employees had been diagnosed as COVID positive by these early tests, and obviously caused tremendous consternation. All 37 were retested and all the tests were incorrect. So I take it early on there was some indication that there was a problem with some of the test kits, I take it, or not.
So if I may clarify, Mr. Comptroller, because I know this gets a little complicated, the false positives were part of the second upgraded batch, not the initial batch. There were no tests done on the first batch for patients that were tested. That was so the false positives that we became aware of were on the second batch, and our Office of Healthcare Quality did not a study, but went in and did a compliance review for the UM lab and found that the kits were not part of the problem from what they could tell, and that's a public document. So they're two different things. The original kits, there were no tests done with those.
And how many were those? What was the number of those kits that were not used?
About 496,500. I think in the process of trying to validate the tests with various labs, we used about 3,500 of them. But
okay, so those are the ones that you put aside, even though we'd gotten them. And then I take it they were swapped. I'm sorry, Madam Treasurer, go ahead.
Are these the ones from South Korea?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and ma'am, if I might, both batches were from South Korea. It was just two different batches, and the first batch was sent back to the manufacturer actually picked them up and took them away, and that was after they sent us the upgraded tests, and those are the ones we've been using. And we're up to 430,000 of the 500,000 have now been used to test.
But you sent back the first batch minus 3,500, I guess, that were used.
Rough and ready, yes, sir. Yeah.
So I guess the second question, unless the treasurer wants to, but feel free to jump in. Why did we add 2.5 million to the swap of 500,000 tests that we were concerned about with 500,000 new tests?
Yeah, so let me first say that I don't have intimate knowledge of this because I wasn't involved in the process. I've been reconstructing the fact pattern for a variety of questions that we've been getting from different sources. But what I understand is that, and you have to remember that at that point in time, in March, April, May, we were in chaos because we didn't have enough tests. We started with 50 and we've built to 50,000. So when we were negotiating with the contractor, the folks involved, their objective was to get those tests here. And, you know, one could criticize it and say, well, maybe we shouldn't have spent that money. But at that time, and I was involved in the surge part of it, where we were buying ventilators and the market, the things just weren't available. We were paying a lot of money. The market has changed again because the availability is different today. But at that time, we were in crisis.
Okay, so, and I'm not suggesting that there was anything that I'm particularly focused on. I'm just trying to get an idea, because this was back in sometime in April, May, when you were learning that there were problems with the test, and then you swapped it out and came to us in September 2nd board meeting with a $9 million emergency contract. And I guess the question is, shouldn't some of that knowledge about defective tests initially, at least we should have been informed about it?
So, well, here's the fact pattern, sir, and then maybe we could have a conversation about it, is that I became involved personally in driving testing around mid-June. And my understanding is that at some point in early June, there had been a request to put this emergency first batch on the board agenda. From what I understand, the board was not ready to take it up at that time, and they said, come back when you have a lot more information. I got involved, and by then the other tests were being sent back, and we had the new tests. And by the end of June, we had done about 29,000. By the end of August, about 100,000. By the time we got to the board in September, we were talking about the second batch, and the other batch was gone. So the focus was really on the second batch and explaining it. And because we had not paid anything for the other batch and it had already been given back, it never really came to the board for a vote. So it had been delayed initially, but then when they went back, it never came back to the board because we were focused on the second batch in September.
Yeah,
Dennis,
I'm not suggesting there was, I'm sorry, go ahead, Lieutenant.
I just want to also, clarify and, something that Dennis just said. And you remember it was first brought back, I think Dennis said in June, but it was all in a spreadsheet of all these different items. And the board and I believe, the treasurer and yourself wanted to see them separated out. And so it took some time to go back and separate out. There was some questions about, I guess, the invoicing process and the accounting process that took some time to go back through. And that's why it then was delayed and brought in September, the initial batch, and then as an emergency procurement. And then I think maybe a week or two later, there was the other batch was brought in, maybe 2 weeks later.
I'm not suggesting that Secretary Schrader did anything wrong here personally, because I know he's arriving midstream. I'm just wondering, why did we pay $2.5 million more than we originally agreed to? Is that simply market rate or something, Secretary Schrader?
My understanding from the discussions I've had trying to get the answer to that question, it's a very legitimate question, is that we were under pressure and we were negotiating with the manufacturer, and the manufacturer was not willing to just replace the test. They felt they were entitled to some remuneration, and at the time, because of the crisis we were in, and we wanted the test, and it's turned out to be a good thing we had them. There was a sense at that time by those involved that the $2.5 million would be valuable to get the tests here. I can't speak to with firsthand knowledge. Everything I'm telling you is secondhand.
Yeah, no, I'm really I'm putting you off in a different category just because of the fact that you joined midstream on some of these issues. But in early September, apparently there were 76 staff and patients at a nursing home in Howard County who tested positive for the virus. It was quickly learned apparently that these were false positives and that they had all been tested using the lab genomics tests. So I assume that those 76 false positive cases were also replicated in other tests that we conducted with the lab genomics kits. So have you been able to track false positives and tallied what the actual total is?
Yeah, well, let me make sure I answer this question clearly. When this happened, number one, we get some false positives from time to time, but a lot of times they'll rerun the tests. But in this particular case, when we heard about this, we talked to the lab, and there were actually, from what I understand, 2 or 3 nursing homes that had false positives. But then when we went back and looked at the labs, there was no indication that there was a problem with the tests. We had the Office of Healthcare Quality go in and do a compliance review, and their report says that there was nothing that they could say that indicated there was a problem with the test kits themselves. They were focused more on the procedures of the lab. There are a lot of different reasons why a test could be false positive. It would be how the sample is collected. Could have been the people at the nursing home who how their methodology for getting the sample. It could have been how they were handled at the lab. So there were a number of recommendations to the UMB lab in their processing that were within the report that they've implemented. So there was no indication that the kits themselves caused the false positives.
Okay, is that the reason then the company also felt justified in adding $2.5 million for replacing what we thought were faulty tests, and they claim they weren't, or do they claim they were okay tests? It's just that we didn't implement them right or something?
Let me make sure I'm answering your question, Mr. Comptroller. You're talking about the manufacturer and the 2 batches of tests.
Yeah, I'm talking about the South Korean tests, and I'm particularly interested in the ones that were used here at the State House complex for state employees.
Those are the new tests. Those are all working fine and have consistently worked fine over the last 4 or 5 months as we've been using them. On the first batch, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So on the first batch, the way this unfolded is we were validating the tests with 3 different labs. We had UMB, we had Scion, and one other. They were able to use the test, but the problem is they were slow, and it was for lack of a non-technical term, they were clunky. We then asked the state public health lab to look at this first batch and tell us what the issue was, and they realized that the formula that we had gotten was an early formula and was not consistent with what the FDA had on its website. On the May 13th and 14th, we got them on the phone based on the records that I've been able to find, and talking with our lab director, and they talked to the folks in Korea and said, hey, this test is having some difficulty and it's not exactly the formula. They said, you're right. We've got the formula updated. We can get you the new test. So
what month was that, Mr. Secretary?
The original batch of Korean tests.
But what month are you referring to as far as?
I'm sorry, sir?
What time? When?
Well, this was in May, early May. This was in early May.
So all 500,000 tests minus the 3,500 that had already been used, they were all shipped back to South Korea? Is that?
They were picked up by the manufacturer, and they took control of them. Where they actually sent them, we don't know, because once they were gone, they were being stored at the Maryland State Police Laboratory, and once they were gone, they were gone. And we have the shipper document. Just so you know, Mr. Comptroller, we've gotten a lot of questions in an audit from DLS, and we've answered a lot of these questions in detail. So that's what we've given them, all of our records. So there's been a full disclosure on this whole process.
Yeah, no, I have no complaints with you, Dennis. Trust me.
Yes, sir. No, I understand.
Ascertaining, because a false positive, I can assure, obviously, you are aware of this. It's incredibly disruptive. And one of my staff had a false positive, I believe, from across, where the state tests were given. And, it was very disruptive because everybody has to, make protocol adjustments. That's just one person. Well, it turns out it was a false positive.
Right.
She didn't.
Yes.
Yeah. 2 or 3 subsequent PCR tests, and there's nothing there. And so I'm just suggesting that I hope what you're saying is right, that we're keeping track of false positives. We got kind of a back of the hand ho-hum when we asked about how many. They said not very many at all, or something to that effect. And but I'm curious as to whether you have seen anything. I take it the new batch was used largely here at the State House testing site.
Recently they have, but we've used a lot of it for community testing, state agencies, and others. If I might add one other thing, sir, we have been working on implementing the point of care testing, the antigen tests that the federal government sent to us, and those have that are very good. That you get very few false negatives, but as you said, on those tests, and we've been comparing them to the PCR tests to get a feel for how we might use them, because we've got quite a number of them from the federal government, and our data, and we have data on about I believe 6,000 samples now, does show a rate of false positives and which is why we're still doing the confirmatory PCR. But the false negatives are good, and what the goal is to weed out the people who are positive. But there is it does create some situations. I would not deny what you said is, but those are different tests than the PCR test.
Yeah, I understand that. And then finally, on a related but separate subject, are you familiar with any estimated costs for the vaccine and storage, distribution, et cetera, for, I think the Lieutenant Governor mentioned the preparation for this, but is there any cost estimate?
We're still developing those, Mr. Comptroller. We're not done with that. We've got a whole team of people pulling that together, and I know that we're anxious, the governor's anxious to get that information out, and so we're driving really hard, and soon we should have that kind of information available for you.
Well, just keep me on your mind later on in the year when everyone else has been vaccinated. I'm willing to have one of all 5 vaccines. You can give me 5 in a row, and I'll be happy. So, but obviously, after everybody who is important gets treated, because, well, thank you for those responses, and we may have some follow-up things after the staff.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Any additional questions on the Secretary's agenda?
Not for me.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the remainder?
Move approval.
Was voted separately, so the remainder of the agenda.
Second.
We're all in favor? Okay. All right, Department of Natural Resources.
Hi, good afternoon. It's me again. Good afternoon, Governor, Madam Treasurer, and Mr. Comptroller. For the record, Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio, Secretary of the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. We have 11 items on our real property agenda today. Item 5A has been revised, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Appropriate, I'd move approval, but I don't want to.
All right, well, thank you. And I just want to say, and I want to thank the good secretary. I'm taking some personal time this weekend and spending a weekend in one of our fabulous national parks. It's a little getaway, and you know, the fact that I've been able to visit on my own time and my own expense, I'm going to be in one of the fabulous parks, actually enjoying the snow. So looking forward to that. I think we have a motion, so do we have votes on this? Okay, I think we're all.
No, I'm going on. I can't talk.
I don't know who that was.
Yeah, been there, done that.
That was not me.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. We've approved 3-0. Thank you. Okay, University System of Maryland.
Sorry about that. That was me. Tom Hickey, representing University System of Maryland. We are presenting 4 items for your consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hickey?
I had a question about item 3S. Mr. Hickey, this is $100 million, if all the options are exercised, contract award. And I guess I have just want to review the RFP process. If you could help me understand how we in the state are going to be convinced that we're getting the best deal possible. I'm told that after vendor selection for implementation through the RFP process, negotiations occurred and resulted in additional services related to Workday. So that just caught my eye as something that seemed unusual.
There were negotiations that took place after the notice of intent to award to increase the services available. I'm not sure if Carlo Colella, who's the Vice President for Administration and Finance for the University of Maryland College Park, is still on the call. I also have Jeff Hollingsworth, who's the Chief Information Officer for University of Maryland, as well as Kim Watson, who's the Assistant Vice President for Procurement and Strategic Sourcing, all available to discuss this. So I don't know if they're available now.
Maybe we lost them in the break.
Yes. Tom, I'm available.
Oh, there
This
we
is Kim
go.
Watson. Good afternoon, Treasurer Kopp, Lieutenant Governor Rutherford, and Comptroller Franchot. In response to your question, we did go through a competitive solicitation process, and we did make a determination to issue the notice of intent to award and proceed in negotiations with the selected consulting firm. Based upon that competitive solicitation, as discussions ensued, we determined that we needed some additional support services with regard to the student information system portion of the RFP. Those services had been proposed in an unsolicited manner by another competitor. And I think through that process, it was determined that yes, those services would be helpful for us. So they were negotiated in. Huron was the lowest priced and the top supplier from a solicitation standpoint, they were the top in terms of meeting all of our requirements and providing what we were looking for. So they were ranked the highest, and they were also ranked the highest on pricing, or
Okay, but
provided as the best price.
what was the initial contract for, where they were given notice of award, and compared to what the final amount is, which is 100 million? What was the original amount?
The original amount, and I have to go back to it here, excuse me a moment. The original amount of the contract that they had offered was 32,856,156. That was their original proposal without the additional scope of work.
I'm sorry, give me that rough ballpark figure. Out of
32
100
million.
million, how much was originally intended to, in the initial notice of award? How much was that contract?
The original RFP price, or the original proposed price, was 32 million.
So you went from
Without the
32
additional
million to 100
services.
million? How can that be?
No,
No, excuse me. There are two contracts here. This is Jeff Hollingsworth.
Yes.
Mr. Comptroller. This is a single item composing a workday contract and an implementation services contract. The aggregate value of the two contracts, if all options are exercised, is 100 million. The implementation component was originally 32, and I believe the amount coming forward is 44. I'm trying to find the exact amount right now. 42.
The amount coming forward is 42.
Round up, 33.
What is important is, because the other partner, the number 2 item, Accenture, bid the full scope, we did have an apples to apples comparison after the revision from the preferred offer of the price, and the price was substantially better with the Huron than the Accenture bid.
Okay.
For the same
did you
exact
ask
scope of work.
Accenture if they wanted to revise their bid based on the fact that it was now for different services?
No, they had actually bid the same service. They originally, in their response, bid the scope of work that we're now putting forward for Huron.
Yeah, but don't
Huron,
you think that's somewhat unfair that Accenture did that and then you added in after the fact with, it's not an insignificant amount of money, 10 or 12 million. It
Right.
seems kind of odd that.
Right. What
You wouldn't-
Huron did was they acknowledged in their response the need for this additional work and wanted to price it as an option or to be negotiated in the future. We didn't want to sign the base contract with this future liability unknown hanging over our heads. And so that's why we asked them to price it all now, which then made their pricing of the same scope of work to match what Accenture had priced.
Have you done that on any other regular basis? It seems like an odd way to come up with a final contract.
I will defer to our procurement expert on that one.
I would say this is not a routine methodology that we would use. So this is an anomaly. I'm
And
not aware of us doing this in other circumstances.
yeah, I know. I can't think of seeing one of these. So I guess my question is, why exactly did you do it here? And what assurance do we have that, all of the vendors were treated evenly?
Well, sorry, Jeff.
I want to say there's two things. First of all, remember that each of these proposals is evaluated both on a technical and a fiscal criteria. The technical evaluation for all three included the full scope of work that you're now seeing before you, and the rankings were done on that before the fiscal amounts were opened. So the technical rankings were on the full scope of work by all three proposers that you're seeing before you. It's that when we opened the pricing data, we discovered that Huron had excluded pricing this particular scope of work they described and what they were going to do, and they said they wish to price it in the future. And what we did was we allowed them to price that so that we then had a fair comparison of the full scope of work between the two highest ranked offers.
Yeah, well, I don't have the private sector experience of Lieutenant Governor, but that seems kind of unfair to me. In other words, we're going to give you the business, but you know, you need to fill in the blank on this part here. So what would you like us to pay you?
They're still bidding 12 million less than.
Yes.
Than Accenture.
Yes.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah, why didn't you give the opportunity to Accenture?
Accenture had
They had already
included
did
it
the
in their
work
proposal.
12 million higher.
Yeah, but then you tell the other side, basically, I assume, what the rough amount is. I mean, it just seems odd. And, you know, I'm not quite sure what to do with it because it just strikes me as just irregular, you know, I guess would be put it the right way, because we're accustomed to seeing apples to apples, and what you're bringing us is apples and oranges.
Well, excuse me, Comptroller Franchot, I think this is a situation where we had proposers who proposed on really essentially the same thing. We had one proposer who didn't provide the pricing in their proposal. We went back to them and we did it during negotiation to request that pricing, so we could do that fair comparison.
Okay, I understand, but you told them after you told them you were going to pick them.
Well, we had, at that point, we had issued the notice of intent to award, correct?
Yeah, that's a problem. And not that I'm an expert procurement. Boyd, you are far more expert than I, but I think that raises a few eyebrows. But
yeah, that's a little different. The question I would have: did Huron know what Accenture bid? That would then be, I think, a big issue here.
No,
Absolutely not.
All right. Well. Okay. I don't think, you know, that would be the biggest concern, is that if they knew, you know, what the bid was, then they can, you know, make sure that they're below that number. So I'm not.
I think a similar question. There is still, after all is said and done, a $12 million difference. Can they really do it for that sum?
We have extreme confidence in the firm. They were technically ranked highest in part because of their experience in higher education.
But Accenture has experience in higher ed, doesn't it?
The particular team they put forward did not have the same depth of experience, because we asked not only for the firm, but the specific principals that would be working on the work.
Well, I'm sure the Board of Regents is going to be holding you to that amount. If they come back and need another $10 million, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Particularly since the university system, you know, has some challenges, you know, financially, given the, you know, the coronavirus and you know, enrollment and the challenges that they've had. Okay, I have a question though, because there is some concern expressed about integration with FEMAS. I don't want to, you know, spend a lot of time with that. And there was some discussion that there may be a procurement module that the system may explore when we have, you know, e-Maryland marketing advantage that is being implemented. Is there any concerns, or they may be two different issues?
The contracts that are before you today do not include any procurement module whatsoever. We did have a nice discussion with Bob Gleason and Mike Hafley last night to discuss this project. We've been part of the EMA Executive Steering Committee. We helped draft the RFP for the EMA project that's underway now. So we're at the table. In fact, there was a meeting at 1 o'clock that I was supposed to be at for
I know my
executive steering committee.
on that too.
So we're very anxious, for the next phases of the Emma project, and we are going to evaluate that, once the state integration has taken place.
Okay. And any concerns about FEMAS and the integration there?
It's my understanding that these particular contracts will not integrate with FEMAS.
Okay. All right.
This is their enterprise resource system. So this is their individual financial, student information services, and human resources.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Governor, could I ask that this item be voted on separately? I don't really feel comfortable with I'm not suggesting there's anything untoward with the folks involved. I'm just suggesting I don't like the uniqueness of this project, process. And so I'm going to register a no vote. I'm assuming both of you will vote yes, but let me know if you're not, because I might change my vote. No, I'm kidding.
You change your mind. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Are there any other questions on the university agenda?
With that vote,
I do have a question on that one, just to follow up. We did get an inquiry from DLS. Can I assume that you're speaking with the people at DGS OSP, responded also to the DLS concerns? I think they were the same concern.
I spoke directly with DLS and with Bob Gleason and Mike Havely, so we're in contact with both organizations.
Okay.
I would second the motion.
Okay. So
if I might, can I just confirm that item 3 was a 2-to-1 vote to approve the item?
Correct.
I'm voting in favor of item 3. We're just talking about that. Madam Treasurer, you're on.
Thank you.
Okay. And now,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, do we have a motion for the rest of the university system agenda?
Move approval if that's appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And again, I apologize for my outburst earlier.
Challenge of remote.
Mr. Hickey, just harkening back for a second to this morning and early afternoon, I'm impressed to see the additional information of sustainability regarding item 4, and look forward to seeing that sort of information throughout your. That's good.
Okay. All right. So I think we have approval for the university system, correct? Okay.
Correct.
All in favor on the remainder with the exception of item 3. Okay. Department of Transportation.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone is doing well. Good afternoon, Governor, Madam Treasurer, Mr. Comptroller. For the record, my name is Greg Slater, Secretary of Maryland Department of Transportation. The Maryland Department of Transportation has 10 items for your consideration today, and myself and representatives are certainly here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. I'm not going to belabor it. I just don't like seeing several retroactive items from, in this case, Maryland Aviation. I know they're revenue contracts, but there needs to be a little bit more diligence in this matter.
Yes, sir.
If I could just second that, Lieutenant Governor, the explanation in the briefing document was they were not brought to us because they were quote inadvertently not brought to the board for approval. So that just, kind of.
Well, it's better than if it were intentional.
What?
It's better than if it were intentional.
Yeah, okay, but I would hate to see that rationale repeated after this, because it obviously catches your eye as to what's going on. So I'm glad Mr. Slater is there and in charge, and I have complete confidence in him. But I do have a question, Lieutenant Governor, about item 6M,
Yeah.
and it's related to this inadvertence of inadvertently not bringing contracts before us.
Yes, sir. I have Executive Director Ricky Smith on the line to answer any questions you may have as well.
Great. So this is an item that the airport is asking for approval of a sole source maintenance contract for 6 interactive Pro Mobo robots that we've heard much about recently, the R2D2s or whatever they are up there. The contract provides for the maintenance, service, repair, adjusting, and testing of interactive customer service robots at BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport. The request also brings the assignment of the robots and personal property from SP Plus to M.MAA for approval. So it's my understanding the acquisition of these customer service robots were subject of a Office of Legislative Audit that found some irregularities and potential violations. Procurement process, if I'm understanding it correctly, the MAA authorized, reimbursed the vendor for acquiring 6 customer service robots that to this day have not been utilized. So first, if I could just ask Mr. Smith for what was the original intended use of the robots? Or Mr. Slater?
This is Ricky Smith, Executive Director of the Maryland Aviation Administration. Good afternoon, Madam Controller, Governor, and Madam Treasurer. I'm sorry, Mr. Controller. It's been a long day. Sorry about that. So the original purpose of the robots was to, and still is to provide wayfinding and parking support services to our customers. So as you can imagine, customer service is a real big deal for the airport, and we are in a very competitive environment, as with some other airports, but our situation is somewhat unique in that we have 2 other airports to the south of us. And so airports across the country and the world are looking for innovative and cost-effective approaches to delivering customer service. So it was recommended to us by our parking management service to consider robots as a means to, one, providing information on parking and other ground transportation services, as well as wayfinding information and information on destinations outside of the airport. And so the robots have been programmed to provide wayfinding information, information on destinations outside of the airport in multiple languages. In order to bring online the parking payment feature, for example, we first have to have the maintenance contract in place because that requires some additional work for them. And so the original purpose was to bring them on to provide additional extended support of our customer service efforts and to be able to do that in a manner that was consistent with what the industry seems to be doing in terms of using automation and technology to engage with our customers.
Okay, so this contract's for $1,431,600 for customer service. Have these robots been used since their acquisition in November 2018?
So back in last year, the spring of last year, we actually had the robots out on the floor doing a pilot, engaging with passengers to get a feel for how the passengers would receive them and how they would interact. Since then, we've been programming the robots. Once the legislative audit came out, we stalled all actions on the robots because the expectation was that we would get Board of Public Works approval before we did anything else with the robots. And so back in June, we came to the board and we thanked the board for approving a transaction to repay to assign the robots to us. And what we're now trying to do is to get the Board of Public Works to approve the maintenance contract that will allow the repairs and enhancements to the robots so we can then begin using them. Our plan is to have them on the floor late January, early February.
And I take it they're going to be able to process parking payments?
Yes, sir. The plan is to have them process parking payments and to have that done in compliance with standards that are in place for protecting such transactions.
So the reason I bring it up in part is because these are Russian robotics from a Russian robotics startup company, which describes itself as the largest manufacturer of so-called service robots in Northern and Eastern Europe. I guess just to be blunt about it, Ricky, are you guys convinced these things are secure from a technical thing, given the fact that Russia is not exactly a friend of the United States?
The answer is yes. So they are Russian manufactured robots. The Russians manufacture basically the shell. The operating system is a Linux operating system, which is a world-renowned US company that controls the operating system. Today, until we install the parking payment system, the robots are only providing information. They're not collecting any information other than the number of times somebody might ask a particular question, because that gives us feedback on what the customer concerns and interests are. Once the parking system is in place, which will include the credit card system, they will then begin collecting information through the credit cards. And as I said earlier, the credit card system will be installed with the industry's credit card standards in place, security standards in place.
Okay, are there any additional costs involved with that you're going to bring before the board?
There are no additional costs associated with this. The 843,000 item is not to exceed, and so it is no guarantee that we will spend that entire amount. But based on what we know we need to do with the robots today to get them on the floor to provide the services that we want, we've baked that into this maintenance agreement.
And is it true that former Governor Schwarzenegger out in California is suing the company because one of the robots apparently out in an airport there was dressed up to look just like Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Well, they are muscular figures, but I'm not aware of Arnold Schwarzenegger suing.
Well, when we get good and bored down here, if you could bring one down and show it to us, I'd be delighted.
Absolutely.
Keep us in the loop as to the security, because that does, I mean, half the time I think this Echo thing or Alexis that's in my kitchen is listening to me rather than me.
It is.
Play some music or something.
Yeah. We will certainly arrange for a demonstration or a tour at your will.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you.
Just to make sure, Ricky, I think I understood your answer. Whatever would be collecting information, oral or from a credit card, that information stays with the system that is not connected in any way to the Russian company?
So my IT team tells me that it is a local database system, that it is not a system that is transferred outside of the locale. It is a locally based system. Yes. And again, I'm sorry, go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
I just want to make sure that this did not result in actual live people losing jobs, did it, or will it?
No, but I will say this. I mean, we have a real need to expand our presence in parts of the terminal to provide this kind of wayfinding support to customers. And we do have one ambassador contract that provides that kind of support with our security checkpoints and our customs and border protection. It is a very, very expensive contract to provide the kind of services that the robots will be providing. And so we don't think it's in the best fiscal interest of the state to expand in that contract to provide the service. And we don't think that we will be able to bring on additional state employees to provide that service anytime soon, and that would be even more expensive. So we think from an economic standpoint, it's the best approach to go. We also think that there's an entertainment element to it as well. When we had the robots out on the floor about a year or so ago, the passengers they really enjoyed interacting with the robots.
Let me just say, I get that. I love little robots, but I'm not for getting rid of live people.
Yes.
And using Russian robots instead.
So what I will say is, no, we're not laying off or furloughing anybody for this, for the purpose of these robots. We do not currently have employees on our staff or our payroll that provide this service. The service is provided by some volunteers and the contract that I just mentioned to you.
Madam Treasurer, I might add too that we have a wonderful volunteer program over at the airport, and a number of our senior citizens and retired folks come out of there and help, and they're a great asset to us. And in fact, that was one of the immediate challenges that we had to deal with in the pandemic. Was we were very concerned that some of our older citizens were out and about in the airport. We wanted to make sure that there was some protection in place there.
Right.
You'll keep an eye on that. Ricky, I appreciate what you said. You seem to be wording it very carefully, though, which makes me a little nervous.
I'm sorry. I certainly don't want to create any skepticism.
No, I'm just a skeptical person. But could I ask also, Mr. Secretary, apropos of number 5, I don't want to go back to number 5, but if you can keep us informed as you develop with the concessionaires and how, in the face of the economic impact on them of coronavirus, et cetera, how we're dealing with them fairly.
Absolutely. I can actually set up some time specifically to talk about those if it's helpful. You know, this number 5 was some rent relief that was instituted pretty quickly, but we're working something separately to try and find the best package for our concessionaires. And many of those are small businesses that have been in the airport for quite some time, and we want to make sure that they're there when that traveling public returns.
Yeah, I do want to add one clarification, because there's a tendency to use concessionaires loosely. This item does not involve any of our food and retail operations. That's just one type of concessionaire. All revenue generating contracts and those service providers at the airport are considered concessionaires.
Okay.
I would say,
Madam Treasurer, thank you for bringing that up.
We absolutely value your input. I anticipate us coming back to the board at some point with some modifications associated with the concessionaire. So we'd love some input on that as that's being developed.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any additional questions on transportation agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? I think we have 3-0 vote on that. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Department of General Services. You know, we've been waiting a long time.
Good afternoon, Governor, Madam Treasurer, Mr. Comptroller. For the record, I'm Anthony Churchill, Secretary for the Maryland Department of General Services. Today on our agenda, we have 33 items for your consideration. We are withdrawing items 9 and 14, and we are available to answer any questions you may have at this time.
You know, this has been a long day. I do want to just commend the capital grant and loans that are particularly addressing areas of mental health. That is something that's very important to me. Cornerstone Montgomery does an excellent job in that area. I'm glad to see that they are getting the state assistance. Also, Shepherd Pratt, which is putting in building a new facility in Howard County along Route 95. It's going to needed additional space beds for those who are suffering from mental illness and severe mental illness. So I just wanted to point that out. I have to mention the parks, the Friends of Jerusalem Mill, that they're getting services to help them. And so I just wanted to point those items out in particular. And then, of course, there's a construction project at Smallwood State Park, which I've had the opportunity to visit there as well in Charles County. There's some others that I'll talk about, but I'll ask if there are any additional questions. Doesn't sound like anyone has any questions.
No, I just want to say year in and year out, I always have a question for something on DGS and none.
Uh-oh.
So
You're breaking your record here. There's a new precedent.
I do have what I think is a really brief question, but item 25, the fund managers for small minority owned businesses.
Right.
Just what's happening with that? Madam Secretary.
Hello, how are you, Madam Treasurer? Thank you for asking that question. So this is our annual review. For the record, I'm Kelly Schultz, Secretary of the Department of Commerce, and I have my team on as well. But this is an annual designation, or it has been in the past an annual designation, but the funding for these fund managers has been diverted over the course of the last 4 fiscal years to the education fund. So this year we're actually able to put some of those VLT funds, as we've known them in the past, as part of the original big gaming bill that had passed, that it would go to economic development and businesses within each of those regions. So we do have 8 fund managers in those regions that their goal is to get funding out to their localities within the general surroundings of the casinos, but also to expand. There's a certain percentage, and so that was all based on statutory requirements. So this year is the first year since 2016 that we're able to statutorily put funding into the appropriations and refund those accounts.
Good. Well, I'm sure they'll use it well.
They always have. They always have. We're very proud of our fund managers, that's for sure.
Thank you.
And it's needed. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Secretary, real brief, I see that there's a surplus item for the Schaefer House buildings that had previously been used by Juvenile Services, and I think even before that, Public Safety used those facilities. We had talked about possibly using those buildings there for transitional housing for those who are suffering from substance use disorder and that are coming out of treatment facilities, but they need a place to go rather than just going back to their old communities and possibly the stimuli associated with that. In response to the state senator there, one of the local delegates and the councilman, we decided to just surplus it to see if there's a market opportunity for it. They're hoping that they can get a boutique hotel or something of that nature there. We'll see what the market has, but I do stress again, as I mentioned to them, and they are aware of this, that we do need the transitional housing. It's not, a halfway house. It's not a rehab center. It's not, it has been used for corrections and it has been used as a residential facility in the past, but we do need, those types of facilities for people who are coming out of, the treatment facilities. And I've spoken to many people at treatment facilities, and they say the biggest issue is where do they go from there? Because they feel going back into their old environments right away is a difficult situation, and it makes it a little easier to regress. So we'll be watching to see what comes of this in terms of, surplusing this particular property. They're beautiful buildings, I just have to say. I guess they were built back in the 30s. So
they are beautiful buildings, and it is in an area that is being revitalized. It's a beautiful site, and I think that it should garner a fair amount of attention. Of course, the state is looking to receive fair market value, and so when we bring that back to the board with any recommendations concerning an offer, we'll look forward to see the potential of that site. So,
yeah, okay.
And Mr. Secretary, I hope that overall there will not be a net decrease in the name Schaefer.
Yes, that's very good. Yeah.
Point taken.
The Schaefer Tower, we have the international terminal at BWI, at least, and I'm quite sure there are more Schaefer things around. So hopefully the future generations will know of the great governor and mayor and comptroller, William Donald Schaefer.
Maybe we'll sneak in a Nancy Kopp statue somewhere.
All right.
Yeah. Come to think
In front of the Treasury building, right?
I was going to say, this is where we started off. You want to make sure future generations, the name first.
Yeah, we got to remind people, I mean, I make a point of using old terms around my kids and staff so that they understand. I thought for a moment that the comptroller was wearing what modern day people call jeans. My dad used to always call them dungarees. So I use that term from time to time and people look at me, what? So
that's what I'm wearing, but you can't see.
Okay. All right. Well, are any more questions on the DGS, Department of General Services agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
All right. Thank you for this marathon session, the Board of Public Works.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay. And the stand-up doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
Thank you
all. A well-intentioned but failed experiment.
Well,
try another way.
Gotta have experiments. Okay. All right. Thank you. Take care. Well, I guess I thought I